And commissioners, we are live.
Okay. Call this March 11th meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please, everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Trying to adjust to daylight savings time. I was thinking it just makes me tired, but then again, I'm thinking I'm always tired, so I don't know if I could really use it as an excuse or not, but for the next week, I'm gonna do it anyway, so we're just gonna go with it. So I guess you have an extra hour in the evening to do whatever you need to do, and it'd be nice if you had an extra hour in the morning in darkness not to do anything, but life doesn't work that way. Unfortunately.
That darkness this morning was odd.
It's
For me.
And then coming in, the sun was right there.
Well, you know, the trash man comes usually about 6:15. So I've been used to him coming and you don't see the flashing lights and stuff. You just hear him. And this morning the flashing lights were there. And I'm like, that's kind of odd. You need to figure something out on that and just go with it. You know, there's enough technology and stuff that, you know, you can farm it's a little bit dark in the morning and a little bit darker in the evening, and you can make all that stuff work, which is why they did this to begin with back in the day. So I don't think we need to do all this anymore and mess up all of our schedules and everything else, but just anyway.
One way or another, just leave it.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the regular time back.
What is the regular time? Where did we start with the regular time?
Central time, you know.
But still central time though.
Central time.
Which one did we start with? Did we start with the one in the fall? Did we start with the one now? Which one did we start with?
I don't know.
I don't
We
either.
started
And
with,
each state can like do whatever it wants, so it could technically be one way or the other. I don't know how that works.
well, when did we start this, in thirties or something like that?
Well, before my time. I remember arguing about it in the late 80s,
Yeah,
and it went away for a while, and now it's just kind of floated back to the surface. There was some talk that they were actually going to get along on something and actually do it, and no, I didn't happen. So
wasn't back in, when they were discussing it in the eighties, it was like, they didn't want the kids to get on the bus when it was dark. So that's why they didn't have daylight savings time. Because it is dark for the kids to get on the buses.
I wouldn't have minded that. It wouldn't have bothered me.
But that
I
was.
mean, I was already walking one way uphill,
Oh,
5
yeah,
feet of snow.
5 miles, right?
Germany in 1916, USA in 1918.
So it has something to do with World War I.
Could be.
What at that
Could
time?
fight later.
It has something to do with the Spanish flu pandemic?
No,
No? I'm just thinking of all the historical stuff that happened in around that time. Bubonic plague up in northern.
18, my goodness, yeah, I was a little one.
Boy, those were really, really bad times now that I think about it.
Wow.
All right, well, anyway.
Okay,
Enough said there. Yeah, it's gonna take me a week. With that said, any public comment this morning? I just silenced everybody, didn't I? That happens. Okay, well, I'll close off public comment. I don't see anybody on Zoom either, so and we'll move on to commissioner comments then. Of course, Commissioner McKinley and Clancy are in Topeka this morning at that hearing. Keep our fingers crossed on that. So, yeah, Commissioner Fogarty, go ahead.
okay, a whole lot. So, Thursday afternoon, I had a PT appointment, then an appointment with my surgeon to go over the progress. We did schedule another appointment in 2 weeks to check on it. So hopefully, everything will be working by then. So, Friday early afternoon, early AM, had another PT appointment. Seems like that's all I'm ever doing these days.
Yep, that's how it works.
And spent some time at home catching up after the long week of meetings. Had some upcoming appointments to juggle around for the next week's extra meetings and interviews. Spent some time on Sunday going over today's meeting documents, communicating with Brandon Peoples for the came in focus that I'm on tomorrow. And then also did some minor yard work, which wasn't that great of a deal, but getting ready for asparagus. So that's all I have.
Okay, well, as for me, on Thursday, I went through and checked out a couple of calls, couple of virtual calls that happened. I went back and checked out K-State's Research and Extension's e-call for March. That was with Brendan Worth. He's Director of Political Affairs with Kansas Farm Bureau. He does the Engage Kansas program. Gotten to know Brendan pretty well here over the last year or so. He's got a series of campaign schools that are being hosted here in 2024. And he went through a summary of several he's already conducted, including one I spoke at here in Manhattan in early February. So just getting going. Campaign year for those that are running for local and state legislative offices. It's a good program to go through. They get a lot of good pointers and they've had a lot of success with it. I also went back Thursday because I was curious on this. I went back and checked out the WebEx from the local government committee in the House on Sedgwick County's Nuisance and Abatement Act, and that was Senate Bill 362 to kind of see what everybody was discussing on that. I thought that went very, very well. In fact, several of the House members were kind of like, why aren't we just doing this in general? It doesn't make sense to go county by county, which I totally agree with, but you guys set it up that way, so you've got to live with it. So that's how it is. So I got from the context and dialogue, unless I'm missing something there, that really ours shouldn't be a problem. It should be, should go through. Now how that, I think the amended process that we went through probably should skate by. It should stay intact. So if it gets to the floor, I don't think we'll have problems with it. That's my thought, but so I'm normally cynical about these things and I'm thinking pretty positive here. So we'll reverse psychology, I guess. So late Thursday afternoon, we had the March meeting of the Riley County Mental Health Task Force. One of the items that we discussed there were some survey results from last month. We went through another survey to try to pick up some things, some follow-up discussion on a APS conversation. We're going to invite that group to try to come at some point in time and chat and interact with some things that we're working on. Trying to still work on ways to legitimize the task force overall in Riley County. New business items include approval of last month's minutes, an updated survey we're going to try to work on, and an introduction of the new Pawnee Mental Health CEO, Mike Riskella, started last Monday. So he was on site in here and doing some overlap with Robin while she's still there. Seems like he's hitting the ground running and should be in good shape there. Saturday morning, I had the opportunity to judge 2 rounds and then the final rounds at the Manhattan Forensics Invitational at the high school. Competition I judged was impromptu oration, and the finals it was contemporary speech. That's where they draw topics and they've got 30 minutes to prepare and have to give a speech for 8 to 10 minutes. Had a chance to meet with the new forensics and debate coach, Matt Faramoni, and had a chance to catch up with my former coach, Roger Brannon, who was there as well. Brought back a lot of memories. There's some great topics. There was a lot of other people that were there too. Vivian was there. She judged a couple of rounds. The topics kind of indicative of just kind of where we're at. Seem to be where we're at right now. A lot of good speeches. These kids are well more advanced than we were many moons ago. So good to see K-State pick up a win over the weekend against Iowa State. I don't know where that team's been all year, but glad to see at least win on senior day. K-State pitched a 2-pitcher no-hitter on Friday night at Cincinnati. Then laid an egg on Saturday and then came back and won in walk-off style yesterday. That's just topsy-turvy apparently too. I guess that's what we're going to expect this year. So, and got some rain. Not enough of it, but some anyway. So sure, hopefully we'll get some more of that. Looks like things are just starting to green up just a little bit.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
just enough to probably, I don't want to say it, but just enough to get us prepared for that
March.
second winter. Yeah. So anyway, with that said, that's all I've got this morning. So
IT, tell I can't
And,
reach my board packet. So
let's say this.
this one. having problems.
Yeah, James, Commissioner Folk needs some help getting the commission packet on the computer. We can send someone down. Thank you.
You get the regular site, but not the board packet.
First and only item, commissioners, need a motion. Board approving 9,000 in escrow with Charleston Wilson bonded abstractors in connection with the option agreement, potentially purchase real property, and allow the chairman of the board to sign the escrow agreement.
Okay, I move that the board approves placing 9,000 in escrow with Charleston Wilson in connection with an option agreement to potentially purchase real property and allow the chairman of the board to sign the escrow agreement.
Second that. It's been moved and seconded that the board approves placing $9,000 in escrow with Charles and Wilson in connection with an option agreement to potentially purchase real property and allow the chairman of the board to sign the escrow agreement. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, please sign.
Okay. It's exercise.
We'll have to use this as a scooter here.
Yeah, set it on there and
Yeah.
that's how we did it last time. Says buyer. Where it says buyer.
Yes.
Okay. Sign and then print or print and then sign. Okay. It works.
Yeah.
Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
I didn't see anything that jumped out at me.
It's not showing here, but I did read them.
Okay,
I would make a motion to approve the minutes as presented from the March 7th meeting of the Raleigh County Commission.
Okay, I'll second. It's been moved and second to approve the minutes as written from the March 7th meeting of the Raleigh County Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
tentative agendas look okay, commissioners? Any items for next week's press conference?
Hang on just a second here. I don't have anything for the press conference, but I think 18. Yes, we're gonna have to condense the 18th a little bit.
What time do we need it to end?
Nothing after hopefully 10 a.m., please.
Do you want to keep Clancy's at 10 or no, cancel that one as well? John's at 9:50 right now.
Yeah,
And I'm fine either way, I'm just asking.
yeah, we'll try to condense it down or something. Yeah. I've got an 11 o'clock event, so I need some time to be able to shift to it.
Well, maybe John's also his 10:45 could be put up in the 9:50.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, John Ellis.
John's at 10:45 also. You can put him up with this,
Okay,
show you what's happening here.
And if there's not much for the press conference, and you can slide Clancy into that time. I'm missing the law board that day too, so but that event's at 11 o'clock. Rest of March is gonna be complicated.
I tried reloading it, didn't do anything. I tried details, it gave me, tried to troubleshoot it, couldn't figure it out. So, let's go.
Is that what you,
Is that the board packet?
that's the same site?
Same site? I was able to pick up the other site, but not the board packet that has.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I think the 14th is good, Rich.
Okay.
I believe this is for today, right?
Yeah.
Commissioners,
Okay.
9.
So all I did was clear out. I'll go ahead and close out of it. So when you pull it up, it says it can't be reached. Something silly with it.
Something that's never done that before.
So if you just come up here and you take the S. Went the wrong way. So if you just make it HTTP. And then
It's
it'll,
weird.
yeah,
It's never done that. It says-
I'll talk to Chris, but I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell, I can bring it to you later. That's what I had to do
That's not
last
the
week.
computer, it's something with the website. It's
Oh.
just, it's why it has to be like that.
Okay.
Could just be something.
Yeah, because I won't remember.
It's fine.
Thank
As
you.
long as you have it now. that's
Now
all
I've got it
that
now,
matters.
so thank you.
Yes.
I brought my laptop too. I'm having issues.
Okay, yeah, just come see us. 'Cause
Women play at 4 today.
Yeah, it should be a
But I'll show you.
pretty good game. Texas matchup.
Just show me and we definitely will get that up there for you.
Thank you.
Better. There, we got everything now. Okay, good. There's something at this connection, I think, because it works in my office, but when I bring it out here, then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, it goes remote to hardware. Okay, that should work. Okay. Yeah, mine just locked up too.
Really?
Yeah. It's gonna be. Having a good point with the technology over here, apparently.
Yeah, really, between the printer and.
Guess it doesn't want to work on daylight savings time either.
Guess not.
Can't really blame it.
I never have any problem with my computer at home.
Really?
Never have any problem. With any of it, and any of these things, I can, I don't know if it's my website that's so good or what the deal is.
I don't know. When they got so much security on our stuff here,
Yeah,
that really causes a lot of stuff.
I had that weird stuff, I think it was last week. I can't remember, but I had to take the computer up and they had to readjust something.
Really?
So nothing is printing, is that correct?
That's what John said.
Yeah, just for the gym.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. Senate Bill 162 passes.
Yeah.
And then there's that other, what is LIBTR?
That is.
That's and the other things that go with that, which is crazy.
Yeah,
Really
they're
shut
taking
off money.
all the demand transfers.
Mhm.
I don't think it's gonna go anywhere though. I don't think there's a strong contingency in the House.
Well, didn't we have a big lobbying effort on that? And I thought we were doing well on that. What's going on?
We are. That's why I don't think it's gonna go anywhere in the House. There's a large contingency there that isn't gonna pull the trigger on that.
So have they just dropped everything as far as discussing even refunding taxpayers any money directly?
Yeah,
Have they?
yeah.
That wouldn't work very good.
Going back to the drawing board and trying to figure something out, but
Just send us the money.
that's what I said. I said, I'm fine with just going directly from the state Department of Revenue and just giving it right back to the,
Yeah, give it
right back to the
us.
taxpayer. They can avoid us. I don't care. That didn't bother me.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. As far as I know, they were debating that, but I didn't see any bills.
They're talking about any changes tax or appraisal wise this year?
No,
That's what's really gotten me. I think they're
It's not
scared to
election
move
year.
because it's election year.
that's exactly what it
They don't
is.
want to change anything too drastically.
And they couldn't come up with a veto to the flat tax is what leadership wants. So, there were 3 votes short, 4 votes short. So I don't even know how to reapproach that with their own delegation at this point in time, so. Yeah, there's over the next 3 years, a $3.4 billion surplus.
So how is the refund to the taxpayer supposed to work? How can they make that equitable? They're gonna have to study every county's appraisals, or how are they gonna do that?
No, they would, well,
You can't come up with a flat fee for everybody that's fair.
I don't know.
I don't know how they were proposing on doing
And
that.
they'd have to do it every
Maybe
year.
that's part of their problem.
Could be. I mean, they do have to have some kind of a general formula. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they'd have to study it every year with the appraisals.
You'd
in
maybe
every
have to do
county.
it based on a percentage of
Yeah.
their tax bill or something to make it equitable, their real estate tax.
It wouldn't be up front; it would have to be at the end, so I would assume that everybody would have to pay it. And then as they do their taxes, then it would be,
Or the one thing I had read is they talked about putting it on the tax statement, and showing it as a deduction. And so
Yeah.
you would just have to pay it. So it would be at the time that you paid it, that
Right.
deduction would already be taken out.
exactly.
Yeah, but figuring out that deduction is gonna be the hard part.
I think the only way they'd be able to do it would be based on a percentage
That's
to make it equitable. Based on the size of the tax bill,
sure.
meaning. I'm not sure that it would be truly equitable, but it's just amazed me, but you're right, election year, how there hasn't been more discussion on those other 2 topics.
Well, their goal was to try to get it done quick too. So they haven't really started working on quote unquote the budget yet, but they usually don't do that till April anyway, so.
Warm the beginning of the week, then cooling off again for the weekend.
Yeah. Stays nice during the week and crappy during the weekend. That's Kansas for you.
Amazing how we kind of get in these weekly cycles of how we had rain last Thursday and then this Wednesday and Thursday is the next chance for rain again, you
Yeah.
know? I notice that frequently, how that kind of happens.
The other day, yeah, it's been pretty good. We'll do that for the rest of the day, but usually starts over, start over. Yeah.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Ford,
Yes.
on Friday, would you be able to start the interviews at 12:30 instead of 1 o'clock? And we're doing the interim director interviews on Friday.
Yeah.
Currently set for 1 to 3. Someone has an appointment. So
I have a 2 o'clock appointment.
on Friday the 15th.
Uh,
I thought you might.
No, actually, Friday, that's the day.
Sounds like a bug zapper.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll put it out. Yeah, this is just a couple of days, but we're already. Yes, we will. Thank you. Yeah, I just actually the new location.
Yeah, and that LABTR bill, as a matter of fact, just got an email. Is getting a hearing on Wednesday afternoon at 3:30
yeah, I knew it was coming
in the
up.
House Taxation Committee.
I knew it was coming up.
That's what I thought, 'cause he's not done.
Thank you for joining us.
You are bringing lunch, right? Isn't that part of the deal since it's now
On Friday
12:30?
or today?
Friday. No, I got today covered. You have to cover Friday.
I'll cover Friday, but that means you have to be here by noon because we do not have any extra minutes.
Okay.
Ask questions.
Huh?
Pizza and ask questions at the same.
I can too. And steak and lobster.
I hear you, John.
Steak sounds good. I haven't had a good steak for.
Friday.
I had one Wednesday.
That steak fajitas last night.
That sounds good. a recipe to do shrimp fajitas. Try it.
That'd be good. You ready, sir?
For shrimp fajitas? Yeah, I'm ready. Talk about numbers, not necessarily, but we'll do it anyway. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, it is number time. First report, Commissioners, 2024 year-to-date wages and overtime prepared budget report. You can see in the upper right-hand corner. Percent of year used, 16.67%. That's just what we use as our barometer to the financial numbers, estimating approximately where department heads should be at or close by at this point in time in their budget. Like to go over this report here and look at the year-to-date overtime. You can point out the overtime, of course, Commissioners, you know, we had some storms. So Public Works overtime dollar amounts higher than typically this point in time, noxious weeds. And so percentage wise, it's insignificant, of course, at this point in time. But if we get early storms and, you know, later in the year, later storms next year, it can add up. But in those respective budgets, we also do budget 8% overtime snow as opposed to the 3% like in the clerks and treasurers budget. So they do have a little bit more budgeted, but it is something to keep an eye on and be aware of as we go throughout the year. If we see those percentages going up due to storms or other emergencies, and it's not only winter storms, Commissioners. I mean, we can have high wind storms and floods that impact those departments over time as well. Yeah, I agree, Commissioner Ford. But as you know, in Kansas, we have seen it all. So any questions on that first report there, Commissioners? Next report is just a little bit more detailed breakdown of those numbers I just gave you per department. Gives you a breakdown on regular salary, seasonal, and overtime. Cool. Any questions on that second batch of reports, Commissioners, for the departments on their personnel budgets? Next report is 2024 year-to-date budget activity report. Using that same percentage, the 16.67 points in time of the year. Those that are highlighted in blue are those that have exceeded it at this point in time. Both of those Commissioners that are highlighted there, of course, the appropriations amount generally 50% spent out the first of the year, and then insurance is cyclical and payments as well should balance out by the end of the year. Would always like to remind the constituents and the Commissioners is this first page is all in general, all inclusive, so it just be the total dollar amount of this entire first page that would trigger a budget amendment if necessary if we were going to go over. And if we were going to go over in this entire page on the first go over budget on this first page in total, we would have bigger concerns than that. I always like to point out 2 lines down, county general. It's atypically low at the 2.95%, but remember, Commissioners, that's where we have the budget stabilization amount. Any questions on that first page? Next page, you'll see those that are highlighted in blue. Once again, those are based on cyclical payments, most of them. We will, you know, Commissioners did show you last time how we have separated out all of the various community correction programs separately. And so you'll see a lot more funds that comprise of community corrections juvenile intake in total. Some of those are a little bit above, some are higher because they're cyclical payments and should balance out by the end of the year. But of course, we watch those closely, and those are all dependent on when Brittany would present any type of budget amendment if there were concerns later in the year. It's way early in the year, so no huge concerns at this point in time. Same way with economic development, a lot of appropriations get paid out of there. RCPD operations, of course, we get the large appropriation paid out of there, so hopefully that'll balance out by the end of the year and shouldn't be a concern. Any questions on that second page, Commissioners? Next page, these are all enterprise funds. Those are reserved their fees and taxes from individuals that own property or live in those districts. No ad valorem taxes used in any of these funds. As you can see, they're doing fine at this point. Next report is 2023 to 2024 comparison, February to February, 23 and 24, and also year to date through February 23 and 24. Just give you a little snapshot comparatively of how departments and funds are doing compared to the previous years. Not always an apples to apples comparison, but it's a good little snapshot that in the past commissioners have found valuable to look at. Any questions on any of those pages? Next report is 2024 year-to-date budget activity report. This is a little bit more detailed breakdown of that one line item, that one department that I showed you on the first page of the 2.95%. You can see the personnel. I'd like to remind commissioners and constituents, no personnel get paid an hourly wage or biweekly salary out of here. It is just for separation of service. The miscellaneous budget stabilization at 4 million is why that percentage stays typically lower than most at the 2.95%, because we reserve that in case of any type of emergency caused by a natural disaster that we may need to respond to for our constituents. Any questions on that, commissioners? Next, RCP expenses paid by Riley County. These are broken out, as you can see. I like the next report a little bit better. It shows you comparatively through 2020 through 2024 how we stand. We have had some significant physician, inmate, medical related costs the last several years, of course, due to population as well. Population's been pretty high, so we're starting out pretty high again. So we will see how this year pans out. I do think the ADP of the jail is starting to stabilize and maybe decline a little bit. So hopefully that should help. But many of the drugs, psychotropic drugs that clientele certain members need are very expensive. And so we are responsible for all of those costs by statute. I'd like to remind commissioners and constituents that Riley County is responsible for all buildings and facilities costs for RCPD and inmate medical, with no other public entity providing funding for that. Any questions on that page, commissioners? This here is offsite inmate medical provided by Advanced Correctional Healthcare. You can see right now early in here, not a lot of expenses. You can see the ADP is 104. So doing well so far. Any questions on that, commissioners?
What was the tuner name?
That's a total.
Oh,
Total
okay.
ADP. It has a total there evidently.
Scared.
Don't think that many.
Scared me for a second.
That's the next presentation
Okay.
of building a new jail facility.
It's kind of a,
Pass on that. Any questions, commissioners? Take time to go over those in more detail, have more time to go through them, and have any questions, let us know. We'll be glad to get you any answers that you need. Next, commissioners, you have Evan McMillan up at 9:15. Thank you.
you sure it's working now?
Yeah. The LAVTR bill is getting a hearing Wednesday morning in House Taxation, 3:30.
Wednesday morning at 3:30?
Wednesday afternoon.
Oh.
Daylight savings time, I told you, it's got me messed up.
That'd be pretty early.
They're known to do it, they have done it.
Very,
Yeah,
yeah.
they have done it.
For hearing, I don't know.
But this one's at 3:30 PM,
PM.
which would be formerly 2:30 PM if you're tracking daylight savings
You
time.
can't think that way. It makes you crazy.
Yeah.
I set my clocks the day before. I set them way ahead, so I wouldn't even think about it. When it
Well, I came in yesterday to set all my clocks in my office and now none of them are working. None of them.
Don't do this again.
Yeah, I'm not doing this anymore.
At 1 o'clock, I don't even mess with it. I just leave it. Just-
I'm gonna go all digital and they'll just themselves, I guess.
Oh, what I have, you have to take the face out of the clock.
What
And
is
then
the,
Try to figure out how to reset it.
okay, what it's saying is House Bill 2815. This bill would eliminate some demand transfers into the SCCHF fund,
Yeah, but it's,
so the city county highway fund.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it,
well, they were eliminating that.
That's one of the original demand transfer funds as well.
oh, okay. So they're not eliminating all of them, I guess. Money we use to lower the statewide mill levy from 20 mils to 18 mils for the schools. That would be the state mill levy for the schools, not local.
What is I don't remember what the court rule was, and now if they have to keep the mill levy the same or just the funding.
Just the funding formula overall. They can move the formulas around, but the total formula has to be the same. Are there any more demand transfer funds? Just those three, isn't it?
LAVTR, city county revenue sharing, and special city.
CCRS,
Uh-huh.
which is this county city revenue sharing fund.
Mhm.
And that one goes to the county, but then it's based off of a formula broken down with the cities, right?
Correct. Yeah, the cities get those funds as well.
And there was a special city and county highway fund, though. Wasn't aware of that one.
Morning, Evan.
Morning. Morning, Commissioners. Evan McMillan, Public Works. As you might recall, last year around this time, we had some rate increases for our benefit districts. Two of those benefit districts were a little bit lower as far as the capital fund than we'd like to see. Those would be Deep Creek and Hunters Island. So Deep Creek coming up, we need to split the lagoon up there at some point, and then for Hunters Island, we'll need to replace those water meter reads as they go out, and then also account for the city's rate increases. So the new rates I'm proposing will account for both of those, and hopefully give us enough funds to split those lagoons at Deep Creek. So the proposed Deep Creek, up here. Those Deep Creek rates will go from $45 a month to $50 a month. And that still puts us below some of the other benefit districts that are sewer. And then Hunters Island. Also about an 11% increase on those. So it would be about a $7 increase per month. So with the last rate increase, we did not see a huge jump in our capital fund. This would basically be to increase that and hopefully see some increase in capital fund.
So do you have the land available to split the lagoon?
Yes.
To south?
Yeah, KDHE has been talking with us a little bit. We're getting a lot of cattails in that lagoon, so if we can split it, it'll raise the water elevation, which should kill off those cattails.
That's because there's not enough usage of the original, and they didn't have two cells to start with, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I think the design now is two cells to start with.
Yeah, right. So I think it was over designed initially, or they thought more people would move out there, use more sewer. So splitting that will help that.
And it's too bad we can't just pick that up and
I know,
drop it in Keats.
Not quite big enough.
Yeah, I know.
not quite big enough, no. Oh,
It's true.
but it's interesting to see how they've changed those kinds of things to accommodate growth or non-growth.
Mhm. So if we were to split it to a 2-cell, it should still have quite a bit of room for growth. We'll go through the design and everything on that prior to splitting. So we're still looking at different ways to, I guess, decrease our fees or the amount of money that we spend out there doing locates, water meter reads, all that stuff. Whenever we replace in Hunters Island, the manual reads or the cellular reads, that'll cut our labor down. We'll be able to instantly see how much water is being used rather than sending an employee out to go take those manual reads.
What was kind of nice about the cattails is we got to get Mr. Bowler on a John boat out there to spray.
Oh, yeah.
So I hate to eliminate that.
Had it where it's too shallow for him to even launch.
Didn't they do something with the drone or something too? Didn't they try to spray that with the?
They talked about getting a drone, that way they could just fly over.
Yeah,
right
okay.
now.
I thought maybe they did something with that as a test or something. I
I
thought.
don't think we ever did.
Okay.
We found one, but we enjoyed getting Bowler out there, so
Next time I guess we have to make him swim, I guess. Yeah.
we were hoping.
Definitely want to get a drone with a camera on that.
So do we need to make these motions separately on the resolution?
Yeah, if you would, they're two separate
Okay.
benefit districts.
Well, let's see. I would move to approve resolution number 14526 and modify specific rates for sewage usage in the Deep Creek Sewer Benefit District.
Okay, I'll second. What was I'm not.
What's at the top of the page? It says 14526 on that page 8.
Okay.
I guess that's the right one.
The resolution number is 03-11-24.
Oh, okay.
I'll go ahead and, okay, it's been moved and seconded on that resolution to modify specific rates for sewer usage in the Deep Creek Sewer Benefit District. All in favor?
Aye.
Both signed, please.
Let's see. There it is. We should see much of that going up in the next couple of years then, I hope.
Potentially, you will.
And-
So our capital fund right now is pretty low. And
Okay.
the cost to split that lagoon is going to be probably 30 or 40 grand.
But you gotta remember, such a small group too, you know? It has an
I didn't
impact.
move very far.
I should put it on the other side of the,
Fold it up and make a paper airplane. That's good, yeah.
what's the other resolution number or where did I find this?
The same number, it's just different title, and then it'll have a different number in the sequential order that Cindy assigns them once they're approved.
So we don't have that yet.
Nope.
That's much easier.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Hunter's Island, I would make a motion to approve the resolution to modify specific rates for water usage in the Hunter's Island Water Benefit District.
I'll second. It's been moved and approved on the resolution to modify specific rates for water usage in the Hunters Island Water Benefit District. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Both please sign. And commissioners, we have the press conference next at 9:30. Thanks, Evan.
Thank you.
How's Alvin?
Oh, that one. Oh.
You were struggling today.
I am.
I need to put a little train in here. That'd be kind of cute to run a little train back and forth.
Of course, I can also just get up and walk it over too.
Well, I could do, it's too easy. We could, I think the chair would work better. You can slide it back and forth.
That's true.
This doesn't happen too often.
What we did, we were all spread out in social distancing a couple of years ago.
Won't bring back those memories.
No. Wasn't here that first year, 20, I mean, we were back pretty much this way.
I don't miss those days.
20 was quite a year.
It was about this time 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It went downhill and it went downhill fast.
Shut down.
Catherine, I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but Catherine with the museum will not be here today.
Oh, okay. Good, I don't have to stay home. My dog walker is gone for the week, so.
Remember, county officials lunch is not until 2 today,
Yeah,
so.
I have a PT thing in there too. I gotta run home, let the dog out, change my clothes, run over there, then run back and change my clothes. I don't know if
A lot
I'll
of back and forth.
Yeah, so I may not change it for a second. Just come in here.
You okay back there? Always the back row.
If I was in front, you might have gotten wet.
Help to separate you guys, huh?
I've told Evan, he just hasn't learned not to sit by it. I guess Evan was there first, so.
I'm just saying, he's just saying.
Y'all know this is my spot. Name.
Walk around.
So.
This is a trick. Oh, goodness.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Gina, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. I'm sleepy. I don't like time change.
I'm with you on there. I'll tell you, that's kind of how I've been feeling since that happened.
Really messes up the internal calendar.
It does.
It's the time. Just
Our association's meeting at our conference center this year, so I gave one of the organizers your name to get a hold of you about things to do downtown. So,
Great. Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah. How are you, Jim?
Feeling good, how about you?
Good.
I'm feeling the same pain today, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm certainly not springing ahead, that's for sure.
No.
Exactly. You're like tripping into spring.
Yeah. It's a turtle's pace.
We went out of, Steve's birthday was this weekend and we went out of town and just had a really good time. Neither one of us really thought about the time change. It's being old enough, we try to plan for it. Dragging.
It takes about a week.
Better not. I don't have that much time.
Now, speaking of time, it is 9:30, so good to go.
Me first?
You're up first, Gina.
First.
All right. Good morning, Ryan County.
Morning.
So we are coming out of our first quarter planning. We spend January, February, and March planning for the rest of the year. It's, even though it doesn't slow down that much for us, thankful to have the time to just really prepare ourselves for our event season. Our first event that is coming up, this our 8th year of doing Pink Up the Pace. It's a 5K and a 1 mile honor walk, and it's in support of Johnson Cancer Research Center here on the K-State campus. All proceeds go to Johnson and the local funding for looking at research here. We think it's important to come together for this cause of running for research and breast cancer in particular, but also to come together to support our local research facility that's doing really great work in basic cancer research. So our 8th year, and sign up is live on downtownmhk.com's website. We have this is our second elevated downtown art walk, and it's at 5 p.m. on April 13th. And our first one was super successful. We were in a partnership with K-State's architecture department. This time we have K-State's fine art department. And we will have artists, local, regional, and K-State that will be shown in 5 or 6 locations in downtown with wine and cheese and fun food and beverage. And it's free, no ticket needed. You just come on down 5 p.m. on April 13th. We are sort of looking at this as arts on points that day, because the Manhattan Art Center is also doing a fundraiser called MAC, and it is to benefit the Common Table. So if you're looking for something to do all day long, the Manhattan Art Center on points, and then also the art walk on that evening. So we encourage everyone to come out.
So will there be macaroni and cheese?
There will be.
Oh, okay. That makes it work.
Best I know. I mean, we've been working to sort of have this umbrella event, work together to promote art in downtown. And while they're not technically downtown, they're a good partner for us. And so we think it'll be a fun event. We've been managing, or I've been trying to stay on top of the Houston Street projects. And in case no one knows what that is, we needed to address stormwater and sewer in that area with the Museum of Art and Light coming online at Houston and 3rd and Houston and 4th. And when that happens, you tear up the street. It's a great opportunity to do a beautification project. So lucky for us, 3rd in Houston and really all the way down to 5th in Houston will mimic what Points Avenue looks like. So we'll have bulb outs and crosswalks and a safer way to get pedestrians and cars through that crazy intersection of 4th and Houston that everybody holds their breath on. Flower baskets and trees and Christmas lights and flags and all the fun things that we do on Points Avenue will be mimicked onto Houston Street. So we're really looking forward to this project. I also think that it will help those who are at a conference on the South Entertainment District as they're walking to the core, coming down 3rd Street there. It doesn't look like such a void that it's always been so much concrete. This should soften it. This should make it more like, oh, I really don't have that far to go. Because when you're standing down at the conference area, it feels like the Points Avenue is so far away, and it's not. It's just a quick little hop, skip, and a jump. But all that concrete should be softened up. And then, of course, the Museum of Art and Light, which will open in October. That'll be complementary landscape to what they're doing. So I'm really excited about it. It will be a bit of a hassle, a headache, a bummer. There'll be times when the water's off and there's no power, there's no light over there. So it's very dark right now. And of course, it's a gigantic construction zone. But construction is progress. Everybody say it with me. It's a good thing. It's going to be a great thing when it's done. On a good note, the area that was closed off on 3rd Street in front of Dillard's is open this week, so. That traffic calming table that was in place there that had sort of fallen apart is now so easy to get over. It's just a nice glide. And
It's not bum, bum, bum.
yeah, it's all
That's good.
repaired in there.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah,
Good.
they actually were looking in that area just for some water issue underground.
Yeah.
And decided, great time to fix that traffic calming table, so it's open now, so not all of Third Street is closed.
It's good.
Yeah.
Good.
That's my update. Any questions?
Third and Thursdays coming up still?
Third Thursdays, we'll start in May, yep. Running through October. And we're as excited, we have a whole host of new artists and we're kind of changing things up. We have a new event manager and I think everybody's gonna be really excited to see what we're gonna be doing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good deal.
okay,
Thanks, Gina.
yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
Logan, not quite as exciting, but just wanted to give a reminder on Mullen, the closure starting tomorrow. It'll last through Thursday at Mullen and Rose Cutter. Traffic signs up and everything. Thank you.
It's 30 seconds.
Yeah. Could stretch that out 2 minutes, Evan?
Alvin Rose, Public Works. Just announced public notice we put out, we're gonna be doing a structure replacement on Sweet Creek. Between Halls Ravine Road and Center Hill Road with the start date of March 25th. And if the weather permits, we should have it back open to traffic by April 5th. So that's what we're gonna be doing.
It's another 30 seconds.
But the project still only lasts 30 seconds and everybody would be happy, huh?
Good morning, Commissioner Rich Barber, Riley County Clerk. Want to remind everyone of the upcoming and currently conducting presidential preference primary. Advanced voting is open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. It will be open this Saturday, 8 a.m. to noon. Closes at noon on Monday, so people have next Monday, March 18th, 8 a.m. to noon to participate in advanced voting as well. By state law, we have to close at noon. Of course, the polls will be open on Tuesday, March 19th, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Encourage all residents to go out there and look at the Riley County website. There's a lot of great information out there, including polling locations, your exact polling location, and your personal information. That way you know it's your location with a map included. Also, feel free to call our office or also sample ballots out there. That way people aren't surprised when they go to the polls and they'll see the names that are on each respective ballot. So far, it's been slow in advanced voting. We've had 400 as of last Friday, which is a very slow pace for advanced voting for this presidential preference primary. Would like to, for the next upcoming elections, the next primary, in August, get a lot of questions about poll workers. How are we doing on poll workers? We are short poll workers for the primary. We're down about 20. So we're recruiting actively new poll workers. So anyone interested in helping out in the process, and this community, every time we made a call out, has done a great job of stepping up and helping us out. But we are short poll workers for the next primary in August. Right now for this presidential preference primary, we're doing okay. But would make that call out for people to come out and be part of the process. Commissioners have any questions on the presidential preference? Anything regarding elections?
See, do you have advance ballots coming in for the presidential preference or not?
Yep,
Okay.
we do. Yep, people are participating. The advance by mail, I assume. Yep, of course, by state law, we have a long list of permanent advance, those that, you know, due to age or an illness or some situation cannot come in person, you know, they automatically, if they meet the state law requirements, automatically get a ballot mailed to them for every election. But yeah, those are coming in.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, next commissioners at 9:40, Mr. Larry Kale on drainage issues in Valleywood. Thank you. Larry, you can scroll down and everything you sent us is down there, pictures and everything.
Okay.
Okay. they won't start until 9:40. I guess it is
It is
9:40.
Amongst, yeah, well.
It is 9:40.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll do my best. I'm a little uncomfortable. Not a great big public speaker, but do the best I can. First off, I want to read, this is a request from the residents of Valleywood to halt all new construction, development, and their permits until a civil engineer can complete an assessment of the water drainage and better system implemented and established, as this is critical for the health, safety, and quality of life of the residents of Valleywood. Signed by 74 residents of Valleywood. You'd like to see that?
Yeah, how many residents do you have? 74 out of how many residents?
I have no idea how many's there. I don't know that answer.
Okay.
I know that I did it in 3 hours and there was 2 people that didn't sign it. Everybody else did. I'm looking at probably a 96% signature rate.
Thank you.
So, I can also say, looking at this right here, coming down Hill Valley, you have 5 lots. That is incorrect because there are 7 buildings that are going there, and that's part of the problem. Because those lots were subdivided. So even the information that we have here is inaccurate, as they're building 4 homes and 1 lot said, or 2.5 of them that are there. Basically, I've been told that this has been a problem for 40 years for the drainage system. And they've divided up property that is in floodplain that wasn't allowed to be built on for 40 years. And the planning for this is non-existent. Because there hasn't been an assessment. And what has actually happened is the lots were raised 3.5 to 4 foot, tied into the dike, which is bringing the water into the community. Where it used to run down the dike and around the community, those lots have been raised and the water's been dispersed and rerouted. And from my conversations with some attorneys, which I have not hired any, that is against Kansas common law to reroute water without having the proper assessments done for the water dispersal. And what that has basically done is, if you look at lot number 8, that is my property. From lot 16, 15, and 14 on this page, those have tied into the dike, rerouting the water directly behind my property and Mr. Teeter's property on 8 and 9, which has caused the backyards to flood. And it's caused real damage already. And the building permits that were issued, I was told by Mr. Hobbs that they weren't going to be issued until a water assessment was done from the planning commission. That assessment was never done. Construction has started. And I've talked to several people trying to get an answer, of which none has come, except that our planning and development can't stop building permits. They have to issue them. That's what I was told. Also been told that there is no requirement to have a contractor be licensed or have his license put on the building permit. Also, there's no requirement that he list his insurance information because damage has been caused to at least 3 properties in this development from the flooding. I'm asking you not only that those assessments that the assessments be done, but for building permits to be required to have contractors' information and insurance on the building permits when they cause damage and real problems to other individuals, because that is happening. Once again, this year has 5 building lots. There's 7 that is going in on Hill Valley on the right side, and there is 7 on the left side, of which there's going to be 25 new homes possibly built when you add Green Valley Circle, because that's been divided as well. On the new assessment, there's going to be 12 of those lots right there. And if you look down the dike that is tied into, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but we have a problem, we have a mess. We paid special taxes to have the problem fixed. Our taxes have gone up again in this community after my backyard has been destroyed, of which the Planning and Development Office wants to make this a personal issue with me. And it's not a personal issue with me because I have 74 signatures. It's an issue that is a problem in a community where they've done no planning, and the only thing they want to do is develop.
Now, who is the developer on this?
Well, the license, the property owner of it says LL Investments Limited. But from my investigation, it's a prominent businessman in this community that probably knows a lot of people. Since it is a limited liability company and he knows exactly what is happening, he's going to try to release himself from all the litigation and liabilities from a possible shell company that's out there. Because he doesn't want to put his name on the dotted line from the damage that he's causing, because he knows he's causing damage. And everybody in planning development knows he's causing damage because the problem has been there for 40 years, of which nothing has happened except for special taxes to be implemented to fix a problem that never got fixed in the first place. Now they're allowing new construction and the runoff to be directly put into the development with no plan and no system to disperse that water.
Now, where is it on this map? I'm not seeing where the dike is. Can you show me where that is pointed out?
This right here is the dike.
Okay,
All right, that comes down and comes to a sewer that comes around the development. From right here at number 16, they built this up 4 foot from the dike and tied into that dike, which now will not let the water come down to the community. It comes right into the backyard right here. So 8, 9, and 10, as well as these new houses that are being built here. There's actually 4 of them that's being built in 3 lots. Okay, all of this is going to be flooded. That's a safety and environmental problem when you add all of the mosquitoes. You can't spray for those anymore. All of the problems that we're going to have, and that dike is completely clogged up.
How far 4 foot does that go back?
Say again, sir.
You said it's 4 foot right there where the laser is.
Yes, sir. That's how high the dike is.
Okay, how far does that going back?
That goes all the way down through it's raised 4 foot. The dike is 4 foot tall.
Okay.
When they raised the property, they tied into the dike. So the drainage that would come down this way and around the community,
It's stopping and going straight.
it's coming right directly behind it. And the reason it's coming behind it is because there's lots have been raised. There's no development or no planning that's been done, and it's caused real damage to the people that live there.
so the lots that have been raised have been, what, 16 are on the other side there?
16, 15, 14, 13, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and
Because
29.
it's stopping there, the topography is sending it back down. the other
Sending
way.
it back down the other
Water's
direction.
always gonna hit the lowest point.
Yeah,
So all of those here that are LL investments, all of these properties that they bought on back taxes. All right, and the reason they bought on back taxes is because the guy that owned them went bankrupt and he couldn't build there because it was a floodplain. So somehow the maps got reassessed, the floodplain got eliminated, the property got raised, and now you have a whole community that's going to be flooded. And we've had 2 rains this year and I've been flooded twice, and the worst is coming. And it's a disgrace that this is allowed to happen. It's absolutely no planning. It is an absolute disgrace. Disgraceful.
now,
And there's not one person in here that if this was your backyard, you would be happy. And when I called and made complaints from the Planning and Development Office, I was not called back. I was put on hold. I was laughed at, ridiculed, and had security called on me. It's an absolute utter disgrace. Shameful. That's all I have to say.
I'm also wondering why somebody from planning isn't down here currently.
Yeah.
They had a conflict. We did meet on this yesterday, and if you have some questions, I can try to answer those, or I can get them to plan.
Well, I am kind of wondering why, and I drove out there, but it's hard from that angle to be able to see back down to see where it's going, and I'm not gonna walk around on somebody else's property to try to figure.
You don't want to walk back here anyways, it'll ruin your shoes.
I've got shoes I could put if I had to, that's fine, but I wasn't gonna walk on somebody else's property without having permission to do so, but you know, from that point there, and it's hard to see from topography, I didn't know if it was 4 foot all the way across.
Yes, sir.
or not.
Yeah, it goes all the way down from the church parking lot, all the way down. That's where the water's supposed to run on both sides of it.
How was that allowed?
So we, as you are probably aware, we don't have building codes in Riley County, and so we're limited on kind of what we can and can't do.
Yeah.
As long as
377 pages of planning and development,
So
but
we
there's no
have
codes on it.
So we have zoning regulations, and so what the building permits are for is things like to make sure they're meeting the setbacks and those types of things that are in our zoning requirements. As long as they meet all of those, then those are issued, and that's where we're at this point. There was nothing that would that the developers were doing that would violate our zoning regulations to deny those building permits, and so that's why those were issued.
That's not right.
No.
And so that's, you know, because we've met a couple of times and tried to figure out kind of if there's anything that we can do from our perspective under our zoning. It's we just don't have any solutions from a county standpoint for this problem at this time.
Have you talked to the developer about this? Have they discussed that with the developer?
I'm gonna have to defer to, and I know.
Yeah, I have not been able to call the developer yet. We did talk about his connections to sewer and utilities, that kind of stuff. And then currently they are not, I believe, included in that district, the benefit district. Whenever Valleywood was initially started, those homes were not built on, so they did not get included in the utility connections.
So where are they connecting to, or where are they going to connect?
They're not connecting yet. Whenever they do connect, they'll be included into that benefit district.
Wouldn't they have to have that before they file the building permit? Wouldn't they have to have a connection for sewer and water?
And that's something that we are currently actively working on. And so, yes, they should. And I know that they've been able to connect into, I believe, city water, but that's something that we're still
It's
investing.
right there on that, it is right there on that cusp there.
And so that is something that we're actively working on. Like, so we met about that yesterday to see what we can.
It's in that zone, it's in that.
Urban planning.
Yeah, that 3 mile zone right there, yeah.
Well,
But if they're
Goodness.
connecting on city water, then wouldn't they have to follow a city
City
building code?
codes.
So where is it at on that?
Really? Oh, I don't know.
Say,
What, John?
what was that?
From what I could tell in our conversations is they don't want anything to do with it.
the city doesn't?
So
Well-
do they or do they not have city water then?
They do.
They do have
So they have to care, sorry, that they do. So if they have rules and regulations on how that's supposed to work, then that's gotta work there. And then whatever ours is, that's what makes this whole thing complicated.
Well,
I've dealt with this out on several properties in 77 now.
Well, wouldn't the sewer district, since it wasn't included in the sewer district to start with, wouldn't the existing sewer district have to approve them being added? Isn't that what we do? Okay.
And so that's what we're actively working on. And the next step is to reach out to the developer. But like I said, we met on this yesterday, and so I don't think we've heard back, as someone said, from the developer. We have some plans to try to make that happen. But essentially to force, so what we're looking to try to do is have the developer petition to become part of the districts.
Well,
Go ahead, Rich.
So we allowed new building of new houses that's already going on without any approval to connect to any sewer system or have enough land for their own lateral field, which I know personally I could not do.
And others-
in Riley County, and I live in Riley County.
Yes, and they do not, and as you can tell on that, they do not have enough room for their own laterals. And so, again, that's something that we're looking into. We don't know exactly how that happened, but on any of the new, constructions, if that's already something that we're addressing. So, but how the current ones that got missed were unsure, because the same issue with the city, but we're like, so we're trying to figure out the situation with city water as well.
Well, outside of the city water issue, the sewer is county, correct?
Correct.
So that's on us. That's not on
Yeah.
the city. So how did we let that happen?
Well, that'd be through planning and development.
I think we need-
And I need an answer to that.
I think we
From
need
some-
to stop this before it goes any further.
Well, as long as
We
the
need to
building
stop
permit,
this
and
construction.
that's something that we're working on, as far as, and they will have to have, going forward, the sewer and water connections in order to be issued.
They shouldn't be building anything then without that.
It shouldn't have got approved.
No,
Shouldn't have been approved, and I think.
this
we
is
need
what
to
I
stop
struggle
it.
with our,
It shouldn't have been approved.
How do we stop this?
it needs to be.
No, ma'am, it has not stopped, but it needs to.
Only when the
Yeah,
chair
this-
calls on you.
I was gonna let you
I mean, I think you two have the authority to stop it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until it gets clarified. I mean, I need to know why, I mean,
we need to know
if
the.
they can't put a lateral field on there, then that's a real problem because, we've not made that exception for anybody else.
No,
So why are we making that exception here and how did that happen to start with?
I'm guessing we didn't realize that those few lots up in northwest were not included in the overall benefit district. So we've got a sewer and stormwater drainage benefit district. It may have been assumed that that whole area was.
Then that needs to be held up and that needs to go back through its
We need to
proper
look at it.
process at least until it's figured out, which sounds like to me that's probably not gonna happen.
That, I'll give them a call.
That satisfies your sewer and water. That doesn't
Right,
satisfy
correct.
Mr. Kale's.
That's,
I understand that. I'm not for sure how to work through that, but
we need to figure out a way to get this whole thing to stop until.
if we don't have
It's figured out.
the ability to do building permits, how is a building permit actually allowed?
Well, we do have ability to do building permits, but as I said, they're based on our zoning requirements, so things like setbacks. So, notwithstanding this development, it would anywhere, right? Do you meet your property line setbacks? If you have a well, does that meet setbacks? If you have septic, does that meet setbacks? Those are the things.
Obviously, that doesn't work.
But if it's in a
Sorry.
floodplain, that's.
And that's what we obviously missed some, and we are actively, correcting that situation going forward, obviously, but, as far as the drainage, even with all of that considered, it wouldn't that's a drainage issue that we have here. But we don't have building codes, and so we don't really, so like things like the builder, we ask for the builder's information, but we don't have, since we don't have building codes, we don't take things like their
Both-
insurance and things
Well,
like
both the
that.
planning committee and us could take that into consideration as that's going through the process. It actually goes through the process.
This plat, I don't know exactly when it was.
Well, it says here, it says it's originally
77.
October
77.
77.
It's been a long, it's
So
been-
it
That's the original one, so
it was replatted.
right,
Sure, on the date on that.
yeah, I'm not.
We don't-
Have to
we have a
go
right
register deeds on.
Does that
it.
sound
That,
familiar to you?
I feel like it's 79.
No, it's 7.
We subdivided.
Well,
Mr. Kale, can I keep these?
Yes, sir.
Is it copy? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that is a copy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to be sure before I kept it.
well, you look at the pictures and it's astounding.
And that's the
Going
other
on.
issue, but the sewer thing is the one thing that,
We can do.
Because I know
I
that's
should
being
have never
addressed.
been, none of that should have been
approved.
allowed without that.
and I don't know how much John and Evan have gotten to research. Sorry, it's okay.
Yeah,
Have gotten to research this, but Mr. Kale is not incorrect. We have talked about these concerns my entire tenure, and you just handed me my 32-year thing the other day. And so flooding concerns out there have been an issue forever. And to your point, the assessments you're paying for that were never to fully alleviate that entire problem. That entire problem is such a large dollar bill that the residents out there would not be in favor of it, could not afford it, is where it has been before, Mr. Kale. So, it's a huge undertaking.
go ahead.
With that, why would we allow 22 new homes to be built? to add to the problem that is already there, that you said was more than we could afford to pay. The fact that that is allowed stinks of incompetence.
But it definitely needs to be answered.
Yeah.
And soon. Please.
Shelley, if you could with planning and development, give them some time with the board and discuss this and probably let Mr. Kale and Public Works know when this discussion is going to happen.
In fact, you should be letting everybody in that area know when that discussion is going to happen so that they're able to be available.
Might want to let the builder know.
Yes.
Yeah, the builder needs to be ready. I'd like to talk to the builder.
Well, the first thing, I mean, hasn't happened with our staff. If the builder
Yeah.
gets the permit and says it's okay, then it's okay.
Well, I mean, we should be looking at a process of putting this on hold until we cross some Ts and dot some Is at least.
So can we make a motion to put this whole project on hold until we can figure it out?
I think Shelley's the best advice, but I think you can legally do it, but she'd have to say.
I actually want to hear from planning first.
And we'll say this, and we're not issuing new, do you know that they're not issuing new building permits until we rectify the sewer and drainage and water, or sewer and water situation. Not that that's going to address the drainage situation.
Then you need to be doing that with everything that's there.
But we are actively working on that. And like I said, nothing else will be issued as far as the ones that are already issued, where we're trying to come up with town and get those into the district as well. So we will be coming to you with that as soon as we have some information, but I will definitely get with planning and development, and we can schedule a time to have them come. And make sure that we let the residents about with that as well. And so we're.
Well, the builder, we just keep building until we stop. How do we stop the construction?
Like I said, we're already really doing that with not issuing the permits, but aside from what's already been issued and constructed, we can't stop that. That's already been constructed, but we're already doing that and we're going to be getting with we're trying to get with the builders to let them know where we're at and expand that benefit district and get them into the benefit district. We're not going to be able to issue any additional permits until they have water and sewer that's been permitted, or they're in the district.
If they're not in a district to connect to sewer, how does KDHE allow them to actually be able to habit that if they don't actually have sewer, because they can't do that anyway?
Well, like I said, the ones that got permitted are on sewer. And so because I think as Evan mentioned, that the original, I think, thought out there was that they were part of the benefit district, and upon further review, we found out they were not part of the benefit district. So the existing structures have sewer and water, and that's how they got permitted. As far as Manhattan's process, like I said, we're still trying to figure that out as far as the water part of it goes, but from the wastewater, the sewer part of it, that's not something that we can do on our end, and we're already working on that. For the rest of it, and we're going through documentation as far as water, see what the reports that we have on that as well.
So how can we put properties in the sewer district that were not approved to begin with?
So one way is what we're looking at doing is having.
No, how did it already happen? That's what she's asking.
It was an error. It was an error.
So how do we correct that with the original property owners, the original sewer district?
And that's what we're working on now. So the idea on that is we're talking to the developer to have him hopefully do a petition that would include the already built properties as well as the not built properties to add them into the benefit district. If they're unwilling to do that, then we'll have to go down other avenues, but that's something we're working on now.
Go ahead.
She keeps on saying the developer needs to be contacted. It's listed, Kendra Lister. So that's another thing is the actual builder has put this in somebody else's name because he knew when he was doing this that he was going to flood people. So they knowingly set up a shell company to put it in somebody else's name to flood individuals because they knew that if they put it in their name, they would have huge liability. Because there was no doubt that when they raised those properties, it was going to flood 3 properties behind it. Zero chance of that not being true.
Who's the real owner?
From what I understand, the real owner is the owner of the heating and air conditioning company that put my heating and air conditioning unit in my place. I think I gave the developer $6,500 to flood my backyard. But that's what is said from the community, because the gentleman, Tom Tullivan on 3303 Valley Wood Drive said that he tried to buy that property years ago, but they wouldn't let him put a park in because it was in a floodplain. So he's on the second page, and he signed this. His address is 3303 Valley Wood Drive. And his name is Tom, and his phone number is listed there with his signature. He said that he tried to buy that property and put in a park, but the planning and development would not let him put in a park there because it was in a floodplain. So that's why I'm saying that this needs to be investigated, because there is some really serious problems that's going on, including putting the developer in somebody else's name to protect his assets because he knows he's purposefully harming people in
So
this development.
it's LLC is what we're saying, right? And who-
Yes, ma'am. It's an LLC. It's LL Investments LLC. Which, if something happens to that, I'd like to have, in other parts of the country, when you get a building permit, you have to have your insurance information, so that if you cause damage, just like when you're driving an automobile, you're required by state to have insurance information. He's caused me damages. I can't get a hold of him. It's listed in somebody else's name, and he's being protected from our planning and development office.
Probably move on.
We need to get on top of this quick, please. Okay.
And I just said, I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to continue on seeing about how to get the additional lots in the sewer district at this point, because I'm not sure this board would approve it.
No. I can't do anything about what's already been constructed, but we need to put a hold probably until we information about what's being done.
We need to figure out what's going on here.
Okay. Okay,
So get back to.
and
us
make
as
sure
we
you
can.
get back with all the applicable property owners on that one. That's scheduled, please.
I've already got that down.
Okay, thank you. We'll move,
Thank you.
we're kind of behind now, but that's okay. Anna.
Speed through this.
No, take your time. It's all right. Catherine's not gonna be with us here at the back end, so we've got time. Don't worry about it.
Good morning, Anna from Dry County Appraiser's Office. I'm here this morning with a request for out-of-state travel for both Steve and myself to attend the 2024 IWO conference at Denver, Colorado. This is a budgeted expense, and the cost for both total is roughly about $5,000. We will travel I plan to travel from the Wichita airport. Steve will travel either from the airport here or the airport in Kansas City. The cost of the airfare is very reasonable to Colorado from here. So that's the first request. Any questions relating to this? This is a conference we attend every year. There's education sessions, presentations, demonstrations. We get quite a bit out of this conference.
Okay, so we do, well, I would make a motion to approve the estimated travel request for Anna Burson and Steve Shirley to attend the 2024 IAAO conference in Denver, Colorado.
I'll second that. It's been moved and second to approve the travel request for both Anna Burson and Steve Shirley to attend the 2024 IAAO conference in Denver, Colorado. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Fair sign, please.
You to start on the next one while you're signing.
That's all right.
All right, the next request is for out-of-state travel for myself to the NCR AAO conference in Kearney, Nebraska. This total estimated cost is $870. My registration was paid for. I won that at the KAC conference. And so one of the positive things about this particular conference is this is a Midwest, Northern Central. There's 11 states that make this up. 2025, this conference is going to be hosted here in Manhattan for the first time. And so it's going to be an important opportunity for me to meet with a lot of members of NCR AAO. Like I said, they've had it in Kansas, they've had it in Wichita a couple times, they've had it in Topeka, but this is the first time it's ever been in Manhattan for 2025. So I'm excited to make some of those connections as they are coming local. But again, they'll have classes and sessions and networking with the more of a Midwest centralized conference.
Well, it says it's in Kearney.
Kearney,
That's this year.
Nebraska.
She's talking 25.
25 is
okay,
gonna
okay.
be
I'm sorry.
here in Manhattan, sorry. This one's in Kearney, I don't know how you say it,
Kearney.
Kearney, Nebraska.
That's
They misspell stuff up the next day.
Kearney's the Kansas.
This here, oh my goodness.
I plan to drive a county vehicle in this one, so
Okay.
there's no flight on this, it's just the hotel.
It's a beautiful drive between here and Kearney, Nebraska.
It is Kearney,
You
yeah.
like blowing dirt and tumbleweeds and corn, yes, it sure is.
Drive, it really is. Several times.
It'll be the first time I've been there, so.
It'll be your last too. Just kidding.
Okay. Where is the motion?
No, I know, right? I should report it.
Okay, what are we?
It's actually HR.
Request from NCRAAO
In Kearney.
Kearney.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, I make a motion to approve the out-of-state travel request for Anna Burson to attend the NCRAAO in Kearney, Nebraska.
Want to say that again?
No.
No.
That's mean.
That was gonna be. I was in rhythm there, so I figured I might as well not stop. Okay, I'll second that. So it's been moved and approved to approve the travel request for Anna Burson to attend NCR AAO in Kearney, Nebraska. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You can keep going.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you're good.
And lastly, I'm here to request to refill the open commercial appraiser one position. The commercial appraiser one position became vacant February 26th. This is an entry level position that is crucial to the work of the Riley County Appraiser's Office. We are looking for an individual with 2 years office or professional experience to train in this entry level position. It's crucial to the work we do in the appraiser's office. It's a vital position to fill as soon as possible. And so I would recommend posting and refilling the open commercial appraiser one position as soon as possible. And the position is attached as well. The description is also. So I would request approving posting and refilling that position at the earliest possible.
I would make a motion to approve the request to post and fill the open commercial appraiser one position in the appraiser's office.
Okay, well, second, it's been moved and approved to request to post and fill the open commercial one appraiser's position in the appraiser's department. All in favor?
Aye.
Both please sign.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Anna.
Think about you.
Next, commissioners, time for Mr. Kellerman.
Catch you up. You're on time.
Yeah, you can go ahead, John.
Morning, Commission, John Ellerman, Public Works, with my monthly update. Some of the projects that we've gone through, Fancy Creek Bridge, we have forms of phosphorus in place, working on getting set up to pour the deck in, what, a couple weeks, maybe, week?
Couple of weeks, probably.
Parallel Road, we have had January 15th bid date, working on get this new contract pretty soon, and we didn't even see the start date. had some discussions with the city. They've finally gotten back to Brian and me about the partnering with Marlette Road project. Now I will bring that to you soon. I'll tell you right now, it still has just 2-lane county profile of the road. If anything's bigger, we can plan that far ahead, now or later. But that will change the scope of the design. Sure. Parks crews are cleaning up flower beds, spray pre-emergence. They're creating some sprinklers to get ready for startup. I imagine they're probably starting this week if they hadn't already been started. We opened up bids for a mower on March 21st. They are very short-handed, so I've got 2 in the Parks Department, 1 out at Seco, and the manager who's been jumping around doing what he can as he can. At the same time, trying to look through applications and for Tech 1 and 2 positions as well as seasonal. So they're a pretty busy department right now. Operations crew, we're doing some crack sealing in places and shouldering some of the asphalt roads that needed patched shoulders. Doing small structure inspections and repairs still. Sweet Creek has already to be scheduled for March 25th, and I'm going to give you an update on that project. We will quote some precast boxes. We've got 5 on our list. 3 maybe from Public Works and 2 out of the sales tax that we'll probably do with this. Precast boxes, so Alvin's crew can put those in.
New or old sales tax?
New sales.
New sales tax.
The parallel road. Should be left. We have Kitten Creek and Winkler Mills Road bridges that are still left on the old sales tax. We opened bids Thursday for the chip seal and corrugated metal pipe. I think we'll wait off to about 1st of April to set up bids for the oil. Sometimes waiting may be a little bit better to get closer to season and the price hopefully settles in and comes down for us then. We are taking sales for dust control. I didn't put that on our list. They will be done. Hopefully we can get better service than we had last year. We get those sprayed in May. To date, that's at 60%, but as of Friday, we're closer to probably 70% of our rock budget, patching up thin spots on our gravel roads since the snow. Did some pretty good work on our, really let us know where our thin spots were and using up our rock budget. Figure out where we can get that to do our shouldering for our overlay projects and other. But we'll get by. We'll figure out a place somehow. Yeah, I used that twice. It was so important. I put that in. Open positions.
At least you spelled it right.
I think we're really at the rock budget.
Yeah,
We're on a rock.
we get the rock budget. Yeah, we get it.
I've got a purchasing agent, 3 facility and ground tech positions, whether they're 1 or 2s. And I still have a custodial. We thought we had 1 hired and unfortunately we didn't pass the background check. So we're back to the drawing board with custodial position. Headquarters station, we go to the urban area planning board meeting on Thursday evening to talk about the rezoning, hopefully get that approved. I've got
Gonna be a district, isn't it? Is that what they're talking about?
public improvement district,
Yeah.
I believe it's called PID.
When Ron talking about that, they're gonna plug in their, what is it, their pumping station down there?
Oh, yeah, they'll have
Yeah.
to include, then we'll probably include that.
Yeah.
With this, before the building permit, we've got to give an easement to the city for the drainage structure we're installing. So that kind of slipped through or not understood that we needed that and how we were gonna get it. So we need to get the surveyor out to describe an easement for that to happen.
Which is that off of Charles Little? Which road?
It'll be Charles Little.
Okay.
It'll be an easement. The drainage structure we're putting in is just the north side of the drainage ditch.
Okay.
Back behind, it'll be between the new EMS station and FCRC.
Okay.
Back here.
I know where you're at.
And then they need access to get to that. So
Okay.
that has covenants that explains why we're putting it in and what happens if we don't maintain it. So we get those signed, we'll bring that to the commission as soon as I get a hold, get it described, legal description on it.
Okay.
And then we get it filed with registered deeds, we should be, the house shouldn't be holding up building permit after, so when we get that. Fourth floor, icon structure should start today, but it's an official notice to proceed date. Our Purple Wave auction goes live March 28th, the bids close April 30th.
Okay.
See. Evan is putting in, we have bid opening on Thursday for scales, for the loadout scales at the transfer station. We will do the asphalt overlay for 24 project. We'll open bids on the 24th. That project will be Blue Valley Road, Stockton, and Stockton Park Road. Okay. Then it'll probably be a mill and overlay. Mill about an inch, overlay an inch and a half. That's only because most of that road, we don't have enough shoulders to add thickness to. And then again, it's rezoning in front of area planning commission. So, and that's all I have on my list. If you have any questions for me. Thank you.
That zoning board, that's at March 14th, 6 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't write that down a third time, so.
No, I think so. I told you 3 or 4 times. I wrote it twice.
Commissioner Russell's at 10:25.
Got a couple minutes.
John did catch us up.
Yeah.
Good man.
Well,
Yeah, I'm taking purple bug recently, yeah, that came out today,
otherwise you make sure.
I saw how he's 3 deep in a 6-pack already. I'm gonna ask if he's gonna share.
Oh.
You expecting a rough day? Is that why with the winds coming up and dry weather? Thank you.
We're already out 3 this morning.
Really? That was the one last night out in my area.
Back to that one.
Is that what I was smelling this morning?
Who's
But
that?
it was actually, they said. That when the wind changed, it kind of burned back into what they'd already burned, but it did creep out on them. And it was coming around, so they were out there this morning doing some handwork, and it's really steep and really rough.
Was that controlled, uncontrolled?
It was a legal burn. I think they said it was last Wednesday.
Oh, and reignited? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Whose land was that on?
Roton. But
I didn't know he had that over there.
yeah, I think it's a relatively new purchase.
Cause that was on the south side of the creek or north side?
I don't know. I went out there myself, so
Good.
It butts up to the core land.
Right.
And my understanding is some of the core lands was
It's just not.
part of it,
I'll have to drive over there.
is what I understood.
I'll have to drive down over there. My wife driving home yesterday said she saw a bunch of smoke about the time I heard sirens going out that direction. She said it was to the right of the low water crossing. She didn't say north or south. But she said she saw a lot of smoke and I heard the sirens going off. Yeah, that guy's got land everywhere.
Yeah, just ask John Link.
Or Roger Nelson or. John, he needs to get the buy-in.
Yeah, he'll give you an earful if you ask him about it.
John will give you an earful whether you ask him or not. I've known John for years.
Go ahead, Russell.
Good morning, Commissioners. Russell Stuckey, Emergency Management and County Fire. Have my February staff time report for you. Some of the highlights. We've got started on the mobile command post upgrade project, CIP project, working with IT and getting the IT stuff updated, and then working with Tyler from dispatch and Take Home to update some of the dispatch equipment that's in it and radio equipment, and getting some old outdated stuff out and some new current stuff in. So, we're preparing for severe weather season. Excuse me, Lori has the storm spotter training scheduled for March 28th at 7 p.m. at Potter Hall. Put on by the National Weather Service out of Topeka.
What time was that again?
7 p.m. at Potter on the 28th. Some of the other highlights on the fire side, we're working through the Deputy Chief of Administration hiring process, and we made an offer, and they verbally accepted, and they've Elizabeth just told me they passed the background on the drug screen, and so that it's a military person that's getting out, and so we anticipate them starting early April. So we got he'll actually start as an intern for us, and then once he's fully out of the military, then we'll hire him. But so saves a little bit. Like,
That's what I was gonna say, at least the intern part's unpaid, so what's the benefit?
yeah, paid by the military.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that'll be good. And then as you can see on the front of the extinguisher there, we received a pallet of Anheuser-Busch water.
Say that one more time.
Anheuser-Busch water.
What? Okay.
I thought I'd bring each of the commissioners one of those. That
Not for
was a-
sale, no alcohol included, good.
The National Volunteer Fire Council partners with Anheuser-Busch every year. And you apply to volunteer, and so in particular, volunteer departments can apply to get a pallet of drinking water for free. And then they work with the local distributor, which was Flint Hills Beverage. And that's a couple of the gentlemen that you see on the picture there. And so they delivered it, and Vivian helped us get a picture and a little press. That's the only requirement, is you get a photo op. That's the only requirement of accepting the water. We got that, and we got a lot of the flats distributed out to a lot of the different fire stations, and that'll save us 1 pallet of water that we'll have to buy this year. So
Good job.
normally we would buy at least 1 pallet of bottled water, if not 2. Just depends on how much is left over from the last year. Probably on average, we use 1.5. So some years we buy 1, and some years we buy 2. Along with that, we did, do a little, campaign to see if we can get any donations for refrigerators. We have seven fire stations. I think it's seven that don't have a refrigerator right now or have a refrigerator that's in really bad shape. And we did get 2 donations of lightly used, and then we've had a couple of inquiries about maybe a couple of organizations maybe going to donate some money to get refrigerators in all the fire stations.
Okay.
Again, with help from Boone. I'm working with John Ellerman and the state on the right of way access KDOT would like to have on our property up at 13 and 24 for the roundabout project. John and I are actually going to meet with the KDOT rep on the 19th out there to go look at the property. We met once with the contract appraiser, and now the rep wants to meet us out there to actually give us their offer. And obviously we'll bring that back to the commission, whatever that is, with a recommendation. I've had a lot of inquiries from Gary County and/or Junction City about emergency services and fire services, and obviously on ambulance. I answered a couple of questions and referred the rest to David. And they had some rural fire questions, and so I answered those to the best of my ability. Also,
Sorry, that might be my fault.
so working again with KDOT and the construction out here on Pillsbury Drive 177. It's obviously a hindrance for the station 115 out there by the old piano store, now the Bible Church, I think. Due to not able to make left turns, and so firefighters getting to this, it's not just getting out of the station, it's getting to the station. It makes it hard for them to get to the station, so there's some delays because they have to go on by it and go down around and then come back and to actually get to the station. And you know, when they leave with the red lights and sirens, they can kind of do what they want, but getting to the station is the harder part. So there are some, and then there has been a couple times where Battalion Chief Beck, he's got caught in traffic where it was stopped and backed up onto the bridge for whatever reason. They just have to stop for, he said one time he was stopped for like 2 minutes. So if or when that happens, you're just sitting there.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot you can do about it. So we have, and mentioned that to KDOT, and they're like, well, we'll talk to the contractor, make sure that's only done when absolutely necessary. There was also a complaint about blocking the fire hydrant out there on Zendale Road, in the construction lot there. That's one we fill up quite often because we can get off the road, but it's not too far off the road. And they said they'd take care of that too. On the 28th of February at Waldorf Hall, we hosted Bryce Howard Camp with Kansas Forest Service, and he put on a prescribed burn class. And Vivian obviously did a very good job helping us advertise for that, because we anticipated 30, maybe 40 people and got 180 or plus. So
180 or plus.
Yeah.
180 plus.
Wow.
Bryce said that was the largest group he had ever spoke to, and especially for a prescribed burn class. So there was obviously lots of interest. So again, thanks for Vivian helping us advertise that. And I forget, we spent
Spent $250.
$250 in different radio and Facebook, right?
Just one Facebook boost and then came in radio.
Yeah. So,
Reach the people who were interested.
right.
Yeah. So if you had one person do a prescribed burn right, that was money well spent.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Well, and the other great, isn't free, but we have Russell and Michelle maintains a list of everyone who applies for a burn permit. And we were just able to contact them directly, and I actually think that was probably the most effective means. So reach the people who are interested, and it was a good sign that they want to learn more.
Right. So, yeah, we just kept pulling out more chairs and pulling out more chairs and pulling out more chairs. So there was great success, so. I think, then on the stage, we have our mouse to work. Applications and hires for the month. So 9 applications, 3 of them either decided not to, or we found the reason they couldn't. We've hired at least 2 so far. We currently have 18 firefighters on probation, 112 on the rosters, trained firefighters. Obviously, that's everything from, 6 months just off probation to, I think our senior person now is 47 years old in the department. Something like that.
46,
Is it 46?
46,
46 years.
just anniversary.
Well, but I think that was for this month.
Oh, gotcha.
I want to say we have one that's 47, but I could be wrong. It's up there anyway, upper 40s. For a rough total of 130 active members. So I think that's most of the highlights I have. I have the run sheets in front of you of the number of runs we had for each station and what type. And take any questions you might have. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I got them after I submitted the minute tracks, but I could show you. There is concrete poured at the new national stations. And there might even be iron in the air right now. So. Picture of,
Oh, yeah, good deal.
that's from roughly a week ago. Concrete poured at the Ashland station.
Oh, cool.
And the building is laying there ready to be put up. So
Oh, okay.
very likely
Very likely go pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
there could be some in there. For sure this week, I don't think so.
Get the iron up, get all the purlins up, and find a day when the wind's not blowing 30 miles an hour to put the sheets up.
Any questions you have for me, commissioners?
No. Thank you.
Next commissioner, you have Shelley Woodard at 10:40.
Yeah. Yes.
You could have her start early.
Yeah, have anything?
Couple.
I was gonna give you a few little updates, but you guys vote to start early.
Go ahead. No, I'm just gonna, anybody's gonna worry about it 2 minutes.
Yeah. And what, you've been a stickler for time, so I do not want to be the one authorizing it, but if you do, I will get started. If you have any objections.
Not a public hearing or anything. I think it's gonna stir up the pot, so go ahead.
Well, I'll just make it brief. As you know, Clancy and Greg are at the Capitol today on Senate Bill 162. I was able to catch Greg's testimony and the start of Clancy's, and they both did very, very well, and things looks like it's going well. So hopefully I'll catch the rest of it after the meeting. But it looked promising, at least from the limited time that I had to catch their testimony. They actually had finished up on the Central County bill right before and passed that out to the House, and I think only 1 or 2 objections. So I'm hoping that ours will look very similar to that.
I was wondering about that. I was wondering if they were gonna do that today or they're gonna wait.
It wasn't on their agenda, but they
see
did have on their agenda, I think, I don't have in front of me how they worded it, but basically I think to ongoing business. And so I think they decided that was ongoing business and sent that up, and so that passed out favorably. I'm assuming by now they probably voted on the Senate Bill 162, but seen that yet. We are working on the tax sale, and so that's been going smoothly. We've had a lot of redemptions, so that's good. And we'll currently, we should be having it the last Friday in June. Is, and that's typically when we try to have that. And so, so far that's going fairly smoothly. We have a handful of zoning violations that we're working on. Most of them are ones that you're familiar with. We have the one there on Pillsbury Drive, and that one looks like it's going to most likely go to litigation. I did notice recently that there's a for sale sign that has been posted there, and so that is new. About, I don't want to say 3 or 4 weeks ago is when I first noticed that. I do know that property owner has been trying to find suitably zoned property to move their operations to. I don't know if they have successfully found anything yet, but they have actually been working on that. We've had people come in to see if their property was zoned or could be favorably zoned for that. So he has been talking to people, but again, I don't think that they've got anything suitable this time.
If they're going to either.
We do have some industrially zoned property that in the county that if he could work something out with those owners, in theory could work, but again, there's a lot of factors that come into play on that, but ultimately
It wouldn't be grandfathered anymore.
it's not grandfathered now. So I'm
For-
confused.
For a junkyard type of setup?
He's not grandfathered now, which is what we're in this situation, that we're able to, because if he were grandfathered in, we wouldn't be able
Right.
to enforce our zoning.
Right.
As we could trace it back, I think to the mid-80s when maybe some stuff started appearing there that would fall in the junkyard category, which is after our zoning regulations took place. And so in order to be grandfathered in, that would have had to happen prior to our zoning. And we don't have any evidence that that is the case, because otherwise we would not have it, anything at our disposal, because he'd be grandfathered into the something. So we're working on that one. The house that has not ever been completed, we are probably going to be back in court on that, is my guess. Our code enforcement officer has been out of the office on leave, but should be returning at the end of the month, so we'll be able to go in and inspect at that time to see if that property owner has met the requirements, and if not, we will ask the district court obviously to enforce the orders. As you are aware, that went to the Board of Appeals and should be settled. So we will have to work with the district court and that, and to continue to try to get that enforced. We have another property owner just south of Rich's property that we've been working with. We did file litigation on that. I've hired an attorney that I'll be meeting with either this week or next. I have to look at my calendar to see if we can move that and hopefully there'll be some progress on that. Those same property owners actually have a handful of other problem properties, not in that immediate area, that do appear that we're making progress on. They've sold one that has a sanitary code violation, and that person who bought that is looking at buying the rest of their surrounding properties so they can fix that sanitary code violation. So that I think is positive movement on that front. So we're in a wait and see on that one, but it looks, if the new property owner follows through with what they're wanting to do and is able to make an agreement, then I think that will come out of violation, which is positive, and that's the things that we want to see. And just as a reminder, the county counselor's office, as this construction goes on the 4th floor, we sometimes may be out at Public Works. They've graciously given us some space out there, but we're still fully available and to meet, and so we just sometimes might be here in our office, depending on quiet days, and some days we may be out at Public Works while the 4th floor gets finished out for our elections folks. I don't know if you have any other questions on things going on in the counselor's office. I'm happy to try to answer.
No, I think so.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Shelley. Commissioners, Catherine Hensler has canceled and rescheduled today's meeting. And remind the commissioners, we have 2:00 county officials luncheon in here.
Okay, I don't have anything else to add until 2:00. I can entertain a motion to adjourn after our 2:00 meeting this afternoon.
Okay, I would make a motion to adjourn after our 2:00 meeting this afternoon.
I second that. That's been moved and seconded to adjourn after this afternoon's county officials. Action. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On now.
I guess that's my cue, huh? Okay, so it is now 2:00. We'll go ahead and get this county officials. I don't want to call it luncheon at this point in time. I didn't come up with a good word for that, but I'm not a good wordsmith. So afternoon meeting, I suppose. I do appreciate everybody allowing us to move it to 2:00 today. We obviously had quite a bit of stuff going on this Monday afternoon, including some stuff over in Topeka, which I hope went well. So I appreciate that. Everybody enjoy tea and shake. Better than sandwiches and pizza over the noon hour. So I thought I'd do something a little different since we moved it to 2:00 again. So with that in mind, I thought it was important to have this particular meeting on March to discuss the funnest thing that we do for the year, and that's obviously the budget. So believe it or not, it's that time of the year again. We're working on 2025, believe it or not. So I thought what I would do is I just start opening the floor up for discussion. See where it goes from there. So I've got some thoughts, and I'm going to save mine a little bit more towards the end. So I guess I'll let you start off, Greg, if you want to start off.
Oh,
Yeah.
looking at me this way, I'm like, don't be looking at me.
No, I wasn't around. I got to be. I'll be.
Greg, it's kind of similar to when I told you today, for the first time you were speaking first.
Yeah, after you got the meeting, so by the way, you're first on the agenda today at this meeting of, oh.
Well, see, you're already used to it. Yeah, so you've already been first here. Deja vu.
And that never goes away because they record that, you can go back and look at your testimonies at any time.
Oh, yeah, I don't do that,
You know?
people want to look at it, and I assume it was, but
I don't think so.
it's, yeah, it's budget season again. We always, we don't have money, we don't want to spend money. You know, but I think everybody's pretty good about that, just getting what we have to have, not what everybody wants. Needs, not wants, yes, so try to fund that.
Well, from my perspective, I've kind of put some thought into this. I think first important dynamic, obviously, is to see where assessments and valuations we're going to land this year, and kind of seem to be in that 4 to 5% range, which tells me that over the course of time here, as we get into June and mill levy, like the last couple of years, isn't going to stretch out quite as far as it typically does. So we all have to be cognizant of that as we work through our typical budgeting processes and so on and so forth. But I'm going to be of the thought and opinion this year that we really probably need to start trying to figure out ways to hit that revenue neutral rate.
We didn't go too far off last year, that's all I thought we could do.
No, only 1.2 million.
Well, I mean, in relation to 80 million.
I think this year, I think that's window is going to be shorter, I think, because of the valuation approach. But you do have to admit, if we don't shorten up our budget by 4%, we're not really reducing taxes still anyway. So it is what it is. And I know that we all have needs that we have to focus on, and costs are still going to be costs. Inflation's come down, but costs aren't coming down, and that's because everybody's paying. We've gotten used to that over the last couple of years, and I don't think the prices and things are going to come down just because of that. So, I mean, that's just the new normal. Everybody's going to have to adjust on that. It's just life at this point in time. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting at this point in time. And if we're going to work past that, that budget's probably going to be a no for me. For those of you that were listening on Thursday, because we had somewhat of a discussion about it in terms of what we're going to land on new positions or expanded positions this year, I'm going to be a solid no on that too. I did what I was going to do last year, and I'm not going to do anything more this year. I think it's important for us to continue to evaluate and figure out ways to retain the people that we have currently. That needs to be our priority. And I think with the restraints of our budget, that's going to be a challenge. I don't think it's gonna be impossible, but I do think it's gonna be a challenge working through this particular budget cycle. And I think that's gotta be, on everybody's mind and priority. So that's kind of where I'm landing on that. In terms of all the outside agencies and everything there, I've got thoughts on that too, but I don't know if that necessarily applies to our discussion here. I'd like to try to see if I saw on our agenda, I don't know if it's Thursday or Monday, we'll be talking about CPI, is that right?
Thursday.
Do you have those numbers already we can discuss now? Or is that maybe?
3.8%.
I'm of the opinion that if we could try to stick to that number with our budgets as much as possible, that would be great. I think that will allow us to take care of our personnel side of the people that we have.
I mean, that
That would be my baseline. I know it's gonna be very, very difficult to hit that, and there may be some discussions as to why, but
as far as personnel, that would be our proposal based on policy. Obviously, you all would have the chance to discuss it, but our proposal would be the CPI as a business.
and that's just for COLA, that's not
That's just
merit.
COLA, not merit, yeah. Yeah, and our merit would, unless you make a change, would stay the same as the rates that you approved in the 2024 pay scale. Those rates would stay the same, and we would add whatever COLA you approve to those rates, so there wouldn't be a surprise there either.
I started off with just letting us kind of go through where we're at. If you've got some thoughts, Catherine, now would be a good time to share those.
Oh, you mean on the personnel, the raising, that kind of thing? Is
Yeah,
that
just
where-
the overall budget, and just dealing on the Riley County side, nothing dealing with appropriations or economic development that's outside of it. Just to provide some direction of what your thoughts are. It doesn't have to be the same as everybody else. It's just.
Well, I haven't heard everybody else.
So that's probably good then.
Yeah, that's probably good. Well, and we had talked about this last week, and I would definitely want to hear what all the department heads have going forward as far as what your needs are. Maybe not as in-depth as it might be, but I really would like to look at those needs and evaluate them. I don't believe anything's absolute. I think that we've made changes as we've gone through the year. And so I would like to take a look at what you really need. And I trust you all to, you know, you know your departments well enough and your people well enough to know what you really need and not get excessive. And you don't, none of them do. And that's the way I feel. I want to know what you're feeling and how your departments are working and what you really feel you need going forward. That's basically, you know, my feeling on personnel. I think we're all doing a great job with what we've got. We've been doing in the past. Any questions?
It would be nice. And we're working on several other things, obviously outward, but you know, over the last couple of years, obviously with the pandemic and other related things, we've been kind of working and living in the moment and thinking in the moment. You know, I think it would be good that we kind of start maybe working outward just a little bit and kind of thinking about what some of our, particularly for maybe CIP type of things, but you know, what this budget will do for next year's budget in 2026 and 2027, and start kind of thinking maybe in a more of a three, and I know several departments are kind of doing that already, so it is what it is, but collectively, if we could maybe start trying to work outward a little bit and seeing what that is, and maybe that gives us a little bit of an opportunity to kind of start working towards some bigger things interdepartment wise that we can start working and planning towards, having those discussions later on down the road in terms of strategic planning and other items. Not the easiest thing to do because we can't predict any and everything that's going to come up along the way, but a little outward thinking I think could help. The extra $20 that John's going to throw into the hat of a phone call. Appreciate that.
John, how far out are you thinking in terms of, when you say, because you guys have y'all have thrown around different numbers about what you think is realistic. So
Yeah, I'm
curious.
thinking, this year and then, maybe 2 for a 3-year type of period. But that extra 2 years doesn't have to be set in stone, obviously. Like I said, you can't predict everything that's gonna happen, but given some dynamics, then you can kind of see where you're at. And then when we get into 26, it's not such a leap. So I do see some differences within each department. But I'm not saying that one is less consistent than the other one, but just in terms of directions are gonna be and services provided and how we do that. In terms of how we discuss some other things, including facilities, CIP, contractual type of things. Gives us kind of an opportunity to kind of maybe help balance some of that out, becomes a little bit more of a future pattern instead of just year by year by year, if that makes sense.
I just asked because in the past we've had different kind of, how far out the board wanted us to.
Yeah. I think
we
it's
submitted, what personnel do you need in the next 5 years?
Yeah.
Well, that was gonna be my question. You didn't mention on your list just now, but are you including personnel in that projection? Because
No.
that is.
I think we're gonna have to think about that, but from my perspective, I think we need kind of a overall strategy that we're all comfortable with and how we look at personnel, and we haven't had that conversation yet. So from my perspective, we need to have that conversation before we insert it into the overall dialogue. Couple of different criteria as to, why you need that or why you want that. That's consistent, department by department. And then it comes to us and then, ultimately we make that final decision.
It's as much as for personnel as much as for anything else. But yeah, if you want to have certain criteria that commissioners want to have in place before a request is made, we need that defined.
And I think that's one of the main areas that we need to discuss when we get into, that strategic planning later on down the road on that personnel side. From my perspective, and I might just be in the minority there, if I am, so be it, but that's gonna be one of my sticking points moving forward as to if I choose to hire new people or not hire new people or expand certain positions or develop whatever adjective you want to insert there.
I mean, just as a side note, I do think that the department heads believe that they're really evaluating these positions currently, like they are really evaluating the need and the services provided. And we have really in-depth conversations of, what the effect of that position is.
Hear that.
Right. And so, I mean, I think that they are doing that now, like to Catherine's point, they are really thinking that through. But if you want to see like a specific checklist or, I don't know exactly what your vision is, but no one at this point is bringing frivolous requests to the point of the commissioners. I mean, we all have a dream list somewhere, but that's not making it to the commissioners at this point. And so, if you want more justification, or if you want literally just a checklist of things, that's where we need to have direction of how you feel comfortable when we either ask to refill or expand a position.
No, refilling is not
Okay,
necessarily.
well, you mentioned something just now about hiring new people. I didn't know if you meant.
It's
only new
either,
positions.
taking a position that we have and either expanding it or just flat out having somebody do.
Yeah.
In terms of refilling, I think we've already gotten to that point. I'm not asking that we.
Sure.
Start cutting those positions necessarily. I don't know, maybe it's my cynical approach to things. I think with the current job market and the younger generations being so small and I guess other social and cultural factors, I think everybody, not just Riley County, is gonna run into that buzzsaw at some point in time where there's just not gonna be enough people to go around and then what you actually do. I'd like to see us plan for that longer term so that when we have to cross that bridge, it's not such a heavy climb, but yeah, I feel like I'm in a minority there, so it's just hard, it's out of balance, I guess.
Maybe, I mean, statistically, more people are entering back into the workplace now this year, at the end of 23 and in 24 than had been since 2020. So we're hopefully, you know, our labor pool of people who are actually working or looking for jobs has grown. But I mean, to the point of expanding positions, and several of you at the table have asked for expanded positions, so please feel free to jump in, but I think they're trying to present you an intelligent based on the services, the increase in services, the, you know, trying to give you data on what exactly that position what justifies it, but if that's not meeting, like if it's not fulfilling what you see so that you can really understand what that position needs, that we need really clear guidance on that.
Well, you know, one of the discussions that have come up too with several department heads, and I still got to work through my list of several of you, and if I haven't had a chance to talk to you, it's not that I'm ignoring you, it's just it's gotten really kind of busy since mid-February to now. I still have a list, and I will get to each and every one of you. You know, I think part of the personnel discussion and how we define that is the services that we're providing. What, you know, I think there's a whole bunch of them that, quite frankly, we need to just push back to the state and say it's not our responsibility as far as I'm concerned. Not the easiest thing in the world to do, obviously, but you know, there's some that maybe we shouldn't be responsible for. Thus, maybe we don't need new personnel. I'm not looking at specific department. Where the Nancy is. And we collectively, we shouldn't look at just one department. Collectively, we should take that same process and look at it department by department and go from there. And some more so than others. But, you know, that gives you kind of some determination too. And then, you know, some you might find that you might be a little bit more down the road. Like I would probably tend to say as technology expands, you know, you might be able to shore up some of the customer service type positions and services, but maybe you may need more IT people, for instance, not to throw you under the bus, Corey, but you know, there's gonna be checks and balances in that equation. I was reading something the other day that they're already testing assessments and evaluations through AI. I know that makes one certain person in this room nervous, but
More than one person. There's
okay,
a lot of
but,
with AI evaluations.
Dude, then we went on for it.
I'm okay with that.
well, unfortunately, I don't think if you get that wrong, it's gonna be IT's fault. That's just not the way that works, but I'm just using that as an example.
I mean, it'll get there, it's just not.
Rich and I go back and forth on elections. Eventually, I think we're gonna vote on their phones 30 years down the road. I see it happening.
30 years maybe, the internet's the least secure item we have right now.
Yeah.
So during the recent military is looking at rebuilding it totally. They tried that at K-State one year and it was hacked into like within 30 minutes.
So actually, it was more like 15, yeah.
You know, technology is not our friend. I mean, it's increased our need for people is a problem. It's, I mean, it's the hours that we're spending per case because of technology is increased 4 or 5 fold.
And you're not alone there, because people are used to instant access to all information. They expect that from all of their services as well, and so they need you to be able to respond like this. I mean, you're discussing things that you have to investigate more thoroughly because there's more access to technology. But I would say most of the people in here had experienced that as technology expanded, there was more work and more requests and more response.
I haven't heard of anybody who said technology is reduced my workforce. And that's in private industry as well.
It's allowed for our office not to have to hire 5 more appraisers in some regards, but it's not, even with it, it's not reducing the workload by any means.
Yeah, I would say from our perspective, what's happened is that in general, the use of technology has plateaued in regards to saving on staff, saving on personnel. Because the offset has happened has been more security. And the more security and the more information that's been requested means more work that has to be done. more information, more steps in elections, more your new application you have over there. It's got way more things that go on in it. Now you gotta scan extra documents you didn't have to before. Now the data need out there that everybody thinks they have has increased what's gone on and increased the workload. So the technology and that have balanced each other out. I would tell you that I don't know where technology can create a reduction here at Riley County and save on staff. It would have to be a service that we no longer do. But there isn't a technology that I could say that's going to help us in a reduction. And a lot of that has to do with that they're not our applications that we have control of. We're mandated to use an application for tags, or we're mandated for appraisers, or whatever that application is. Our only way to make it more efficient is if it's a product that we've purchased that we have a say in and can get a vendor to change. And that's if they are willing to make the change, and that's also if it's not going to cost us an arm and a leg to make that change. And so it's really difficult to be able to look at an application. I might be able to look at something that Anna or that's going on in the treasurer's office and say, wow, if you didn't have to do these 5 steps, well, guess what? Is the state going to give it what I care? Probably not. Because, you know, they've got to put forward and they're going to say, well, it ain't really broke. Yeah, correct. But they got bigger problems to deal with. That's what we see going on technology wise, is that it's all about more secure now. It's all about extra levels of security. And it's also about a lot more what the public wants and what the give is of data. And the more they want, the more we give, the more it has to be secure. That's why I can tell you that our budget will see an increase. I've worked hard over the last few years for there not to be, but we're working that there's going to be another level of security that we're having to deal with that we're trying to figure out the best solution on. I was go ahead and continue to speak of my budget. Between the fourth quarter last year and what we've seen first quarter this year, I have 5 vendors that hit me with a 30% increase. 2 of them are licensing, and they changed it from a device-based licensing to a different licensing model, and in doing so, they increased the cost. I had 1 vendor that was bought out by another vendor, so the cost, we can't function without any of those products there. One of them is a local one right here in town. And I argued and fought with, and I got the increase that they were going to apply to us spread out over 3 years. And so it's not just if it's a big vendors out there, like, some corporations, it's ones right here that we deal with. And I'm afraid that's what I'm going to continue to see. And they pass down comments like, well, the amount of additional security we have to do now, a lot of the additional things they have to do, and we're seeing those costs that are going to come down to us. So I've tried over the last few years, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to going forward, but I will do my best.
Was that, can you elaborate for me, because I'm not real computer savvy, but what kinds of extra security are we having to put into technology that's creating this issue of increased costs? Is it?
Well, so if we want to, I gotta think this through and what to say and not to say because we're in public session. Because security is a topic of, if I get too deep in it, I would ask for executive session because I don't want to talk about things that we do. Yeah, but as we get more moving in it, sometimes it's just a product. So we had to move forward with Office 365, and then things within Office 365 make it to where we are more, for lack of better terms, global or outside of the Riley County network and what you can access. You can go home and some things that you can access. Well, we got to make sure that those pieces are secure. Well, we're forced to move forward with Microsoft. You can't stay on a product forever, or else you don't get updates, and then you end up having security holes and those kind of things in it. So you move forward. Well, again, this is moving along one of those. You can move forward and you can use a product at its very base level, but its security is not very good. And so then as there are issues and things that can happen to you, you got to make sure that even though we're forced to use a product, we also need to make sure that we maintain a certain licensing level that gives us a good security level so that things don't happen to us. And so that's what can push forward. That's the reason why we have multi-factor authentication when you get into your email and so forth. Okay, we didn't used to have that before because you couldn't access your email outside of the network. Now you can, you know, and those kind of things. Well, now it's moving forward to where devices that get to be taken home and used from home. Well, now we have to look at what's to really say that we can trust that, you know, Johnny or Timmy is not using mom or dad's laptop here at home and those kind of things. So we need to add security layers when a device gets off of the network. We need to make sure that if a device gets lost, that we can make sure that that information that's on there is, you know, is not going to be used. That way, when the device does turn on, that it does a remote wipe, some of those kind of things. You know, now we're going to get into conversations about cell phones and the use of cell phones and what can be accessed on a cell phone and not on a cell phone. That brings another level and layer of security that we have to work with to be able to track phones, know what's going on those phones, and be able to make sure that we can secure our data and our network based on that mobility. So those are some things.
But if we had all company cell phones or all exactly the same, on the same networks and, you know, signed to each individual person, would that help? Rather than having different personal phones?
In general, yes. Because that is a county device, which then we have 100% control over what happens to it. Is it best business? That would be an argument that could happen all the time, because now you're carrying two devices.
Right.
So that's a conversation to be had. It'll probably come back around. I don't probably will.
It's already on the agenda.
Well,
we actually
So-
internally have a conversation too. Lori's been researching some things and we've been talking at an employee level as well.
I can go in depth, but I haven't gone in depth with the department heads
Yeah.
yet on the new information. It hasn't come to the department head meeting yet, but yes, so if it is a county phone, then we have the ability to control any app that goes on it. You wouldn't be able to install applications, you wouldn't be able to make changes, we'd be able to make sure that it's secure, we'd be able to make sure that it takes biometrics or a 6-digit PIN to get into it, those kind of things. If it's a county device.
Well, potentially. I
Okay.
mean, those are all options.
Yeah.
Some companies choose to let you have,
Yeah.
there's a whole gamut of you have to make a decision as leaders of how much access you want every employee to have and how much control you want the county to have. So there's also some privacy conversations. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you have to take into. Those things are possible, but you all would have to decide how much control the county should have.
And that's me saying a county device. If it's a matter of the control of a personal device, that's a whole other conversation. That's the one that's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more difficult. I don't know what crosses the line of some infringing on somebody's personal, that's not for me. There's professionals over there that would be able to give one. I could just say, if I press this button, here's what's gonna happen to this device. But it better be well-written, documented, and policy created that's very clear on what's going to take place. Probably the direction to go or land on, unless it was a decision to just completely go one way or the other, is that here's your option: personal device, county device, you sign a clear written policy and you understand what's gonna happen. And you go. But I'm just the one that will present information and others who make those decisions. It's the way that would go. Quick understanding of through Verizon, we have a very good government contract. We can get on plans for as little as $36.99 a month, unlimited free phone, unlimited text, talk, and data. So, you know, the conversation can get as far as, I know the maximum stipend being paid right now is $65 a month. Well, if we start providing the ability for a phone, why do we need to provide that much of a stipend? Maybe we own the max we need to provide is 36, you know, and if we get a reduction there, then maybe we're saving money as well. I can throw a lot of options out there to do those things. It's great that we get a little money back on it. Doesn't need to pay for everybody's plan. I mean, it's taxpayers' dollars. So, I mean,
That's a great example of things that could be thought about both in the right time and we'll move that out.
But even that has two.
But you won't be able to do that like at a moment's notice, and you're gonna have to do it over the course of 6 months to a year to transition anyway, so.
we even pick on a particular phone and we have enough rebate that would come back, we wouldn't have a Verizon bill for 8 months.
Does the rule or law still exist, the reason that we transferred away from county-owned funds because of taxes? When we now lease ours through RCPD because years ago we switched. Do you remember, Rich, what that was?
No, I do not.
It had to do with some about on our taxes is why we.
Yeah, you had to pay a tax or, because it used to be the same thing with take-home vehicles. Was when it first started coming out.
Oh, yeah, it's a
They got taxed on that, and then people,
That's right.
So that's gone away, and then the Secure Act 2.0 has actually increased even more. They've really gotten into what they would consider de minimis, and I haven't really looked at the details, but a lot of municipalities are going to offering cell phones. But I just want to point out that there's also then the retention side of that too. So as you cut down on things, so maybe the county can get the phone for $36.99, but I can't get a single phone for less than $100 a month. Yeah, on a good day. So I mean, as an employee, if I'm then saying, okay, well, you want me to use my phone, you want me to use it on the weekend, you want me to use it on the, holidays, and you're saying that you can only pay a small amount, whereas the competition will pay the entire amount. I mean, I'm not saying that there's one way or the other, but all of those things are intertwined when it comes to people. So sometimes you save $1, spend $100 on recruiting and replacing people.
I'll speak for me, Russell, but I mean, I have to have my phone with me pretty much everywhere I go. So my apartment is 24/7, 365. So then the idea of carrying two phones everywhere I go is not appealing to me at all. I would take the chance of them taking my phone to look and see what I emailed or whatever versus two phones quite literally everywhere I go. 24/7.
I would as well. And there's options. So the county can require us to download a software to take and then have that same access that Corey said. Whether that's good, bad, or ugly, I don't know. The county can also decide to provide the cell phones and allow us to use them for our personal cell phones as well. It doesn't separate things for the people who are worried about, the separation of personal and work. It doesn't separate them, but there's companies that do that as well because it's just cheaper to do that, but not require it. So that's you're allowed to use all your personal apps the same. I mean, there's just so many. It's such a spectrum of options on there.
It really comes down to also to the extent of what's your paramount goal? Is the protection of the network? I would say that's pretty darn important. And the court system found out about that, but there's any number of examples of that all across the country.
Yeah.
So there has to be some kind of a balance struck, or you decide we're not going to balance. This is what the goal is.
Yeah.
And that's so important. I'm just saying it's something that could happen. And that's for the policymakers to decide. Is that so important that these other things are second, third, fourth place?
Which is actually, we didn't discuss it at all, but that's what brought up this whole conversation most recently is the protection, the security, and then the access to people's personal mixing that at work and a personal. So that's the core reason we started discussing that. And then all of this is considerations.
Speaking on the other half of that too, I mean, I understand carrying two devices, I'm not a fan of that idea, but at the same time, everything going to two-factor authentication, like your banks and everything else, if the phone has to be turned over for discovery for whatever reason, then essentially you're out your device, you can't access your bank account, you can't access anything. And so it's kind of it's a double-edged sword. There's a lot of pros.
But everybody's not gonna be the same.
No.
Right, and so there's people just at the department head level that would take the county cell phone and carry two. Because they want to keep that separate, not lose it. But then there's people like David, and I'm in David's camp because it's enough for me to keep track of one.
mean, I have to worry about with two of my phones up.
I know.
That's a fun thing.
Hey, find one.
It's one phone to find you.
So you lose both phones, and then you need a third.
We might have to go back to landline for that type of situation.
You have a friend. Like, I really have done that.
You have a county issued bandolier for on your phone.
Yeah.
I would.
What else? Guess we got the technology side down there.
Kind of did a hard left turn there. But yeah.
Well, it's a good example of,
Our other reduction areas, I'd say we started it last year. I appreciate all the departments that were in consideration of going down to one device if they could. Not both the desktop and the laptop, so reducing down. That reduction right there is an easy, $1,000. So, I mean, it's just kind of a simple rounded number right there that if it can be done. We did have quite a bit of that, I will ask that again of a lot of those departments where they're at, see if we can continue to do that. So I appreciate that and we'll lean on that again.
So one device, i.e. equates to less staff time needing to dedicate to the device as well. You might be interested in adding 250 more devices for your staff to track. There's a cost benefit on everything that you have to look at and analyze, which is more personal time.
Yeah.
that's just IT.
That's just for one move.
Yeah. Well, maybe here's a question for those departments that are more customer service, public geared. What trends are you seeing? That's an open-ended question. We don't really deal with the public per se, in and out of the office. I'm not going to, right. This would be probably more for Amy, Shiloh, Rich,
Anna.
and, more people coming in. less people coming in.
Technology does make it does add a level. People have more access, they want more access. That's one of the challenges here of late is the technology we have in some regards antiquated. And so we have to look at specifically when property owners are asking for more information and when legislation is moving to provide more information. But our system is limited, our vendor can only do so much. And then to add one additional form for people to have access to, they want $30,000. That's just for one form. And some counties, you have access to multi-years worth of data online. With us, we only have our current. And so, that was one of the things that was asked is, how come we don't provide more? We're hiding things. People have this want for.
That's people's natural inclusion when it comes to government. That's not necessarily.
It's more so lately though. It's become more and more.
I've spent. I guess I wasn't timing it, but I've had about 3.5 hours worth of dialogue with people here over the last week and a half on several of these subjects. They haven't been pleasant conversations. And it's different. It's not really anger, and it's not really frustration, it's more panic. I don't know the right adjective. It's not like they're screaming at you or cussing, but it's, I don't know, are you guys hearing this?
Skepticism.
Sometimes
a little bit.
Sometimes it's, you get some misinformation out there. People tend to go to a level of panic versus just coming in calm and having that conversation. There's a little bit more just quick to be angry.
I'm almost geared and I'm almost set up to deal with that part of it.
Sure.
I'm just not, I don't know, it's just.
There's several national studies that talk about a decrease in civility in our current time period, and I don't know, I mean.
Nobody's been like mean or, like cussing at you or anything, it's just.
And
it's just different. I don't know. And I just haven't been able to figure out how to engage on that. It's been different.
like I said, I've talked to about 4 different people in about, I'm gonna say close to 3 hours over the last week to 10 days and various times, and it's just been a different dialogue facilities tonight. Just haven't put my finger on it.
Well, back to your original question, in our office, the people that renew online is relatively flat. We're still not seeing a huge increase. A lot of that has to do with the cost, if they want to pay by a credit card, there's an additional fee to do that. I have tried to do some things as far as online tax payments and lower that a little bit, and we did see a little bit of an uptick in that. But just for an example, some things that are completely out of my control. Yeah, as many people that I would love for everybody to renew their car tags online, and it's a matter of us pushing a button that spits out their registration. Well, things out of my control. The state is now reissuing plates this year. Well, that process, they added it, but it's not automated. So if you renew online, every single person that gets a new plate, we still have to touch it manually, which has went from our web tag processing lasting a half an hour, what it used to almost anywhere from, 2 to 3 hours if you have a lot of people getting new plates. It's beyond my control. And so, yes, technology is great, but when you're at the mercy of somebody else running that software and you can't make the tweaks that you would like it to do for you, it's not saving us any time. We would, there are kiosks out there where people can just, renew their car tags at a kiosk. I can't even get people to punch in their phone number to get themselves in line, let alone renew their car tags. So, I would like to look at ways to help automate that, that check-in process. I don't want to go backwards where people are pulling a ticket and we have, 30 people standing in the lobby. That's not good.
Yeah,
either.
I don't want to go back to the.
So, but we're always looking to see what's out there and trying to see if we can, and to your point, my office does do a lot of things that the state has pushed off on us, but they're not willing to pay for. We are still working very hard with the legislature to try to get, to be like a solid waste where their fees cover their expenses. Motor vehicle fees do not cover the cost of doing motor vehicle work for the state. It just doesn't, and we're at a stalemate with the legislature.
But John, to your point about the people, the attitude changing, Shiloh and I were talking about the receptionist position last week, and still when people have a problem or concern or they're upset about something, they want a human touch. And so, just having a receptionist, it'd be really interesting to see how customer satisfaction before and current, because really that is, having a receptionist is kind of a traditional way to deal with clients. And yet I would say, just from observations, when I'm always looking, people are having a much better experience by being able to come in and talk to Vicky and be directed and have a pleasant attitude, and they're not waiting in line. And I mean, that's a person in a position that technically could be replaced by a kiosk or a piece of machinery that I'm not sure you're going to get the same effect from. And so that I don't, those are things that just to keep in mind that there's a balance there. But yeah, they could all definitely take a ticket or a kiosk or what have you, but they respond so well to having her there.
And that position answers a lot of questions and directs people a lot of directions. Whereas before, you'd have people wandering around, they pop into our office, pop into Richard's office. Where do I find?
Because they want a person.
Yeah.
Right? They don't want to look online and figure out the office themselves, which good, bad, or ugly, it just seems to continue to be the case.
Now, I would say, if she comes out of our budget and we use her, she does a lot of things, but there's nothing saying that position couldn't be utilized for other offices. Like if, you had a mailing, Amy had a mailing or something going out, or Anna had something that, that could possibly use that position while she's sitting there in between customers. stuffing envelopes, or, there are probably some ways that we could utilize that position to help out other offices as well. Just something.
She helps our office out when somebody wanders down there. I mean, she's called up there, hey, I just sent somebody, and thank you, it's great, I mean. I can't imagine someone just walking and wandering around down there.
It happened for years.
Yes.
I can't imagine it without her in the, just saying.
And when you talk about that change in attitude, like I feel there's like this uncertainty everybody has about the future, and people are a little bit more agitated. And when you have somebody like Vicki at the front, like having a human touch has just been such a huge benefit. And that I don't know, as our characters, I've been trying to explore that since I started working here. Like being invested in people and the well-being of people. I think that's kind of our whole theme as an organization, and it's been great because that's why we're here, I mean, public service. So investing in people seems to make sense to me. And
Better go in there and ask some questions, because that hasn't worked for me.
yeah.
That seemed to be making it worse, I think. Of course, I'm in a different position. I think people have what, a 37% trust in government.
That high?
That's generations of too, anyway, so. We need to go. So that's nice job. Yeah, I won't charge you for that. He texted Michelle before. We'll follow up on that one later. What about you, Rich? You didn't say anything about your trends.
Yeah. Everything's created more work. I mean, just look at elections. That's just one aspect. It was just created more work, and just like what the legislature's doing with making open records access even more. So they're gonna, because we can't charge people for open records requests, which will come through at some point in time. What's that gonna do to our open records level of requests? Clancy.
I mean, once they're free, more people will.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have planning his staff, spent so much time, Craig did a great job. We just automatically send everything to him, and he would address them and take care of them. And it's just more and more staff time, and his deputy, whoever it is, each time has more and more work done on them. Plus you add that level of workload, they're gonna need another deputy or assistant county counselor at some point in time, just like we've seen the growth in the county attorney's office, and we've seen all this growth in our population. Frankly, it's been stagnant for how many years?
Well over a decade.
And we're seeing that workload, I think, due to technology. You know, technology has increased the amount of work we're all expected to do, not decreased it. And I agree with us. I think it was Anna that said, that's what I've told you for years, is the only way we've been able to stay as stagnant and growing in the number of personnel is because we do use the maximum extent the technology that is. That's where we're at personnel number wise, but the workload is increasing. And at some point in time, you do have to add one body. I don't see it getting any like our community is a highly educated community, which I think exacerbates that as well. Plus highly transitionary with K-State, Fort Riley. Those people want to walk in somewhere their first time doing business, and that's why we get rave reviews, all the departments, from many that come with the military or K-State saying, I've been all over at courthouses and your guys' service is great. It starts with that first person up front and then getting directly to where they need to go, instead of what I used to call the government shuffle. And so, but to provide the type of service that we want to be as a community, that's what you have to do. And so easy areas to cut costs, I've seen that. Is there areas to cut costs? Yes. I mean, I know it's not easy, commissioners. There's a long list of appropriations. We don't have to fund it all. is not, you're asking us to look at things that we can dump back to the state that we're not required to do. We are funding things that he gives you a brief on every year that are appropriations we don't have to pay. I know it's not easy. It's easy for me to say it, but it's not easy to do. I've seen those presentations as well. But there's key functions within this organization that have to be funded. And his has to as well, because we rely on him to provide the services that we do. And so, and we've got to have them to keep all of us out of hot water. And so.
Good luck.
Well, you know,
Go ahead.
Email has really made me anyway, more unproductive. Because, I mean, people, you know, instead of making a phone call or whatever, you know, I'm gone for 3 days. I've got, 382 emails. Before you know, 30 years ago, you would have come back maybe 10 or 12 phone calls that you needed to return, maybe a few letters. And people want an immediate response, and you're sitting there trying to work on motions and get other things filed for your substantive work. Meanwhile, you've got people emailing you wanting, why haven't you responded? It's been 15 minutes.
They call.
What's wrong? Yeah.
Send an email and then they call right away going, did you read my email?
Yeah, we get 4 emails, but I mean, that's part of the problem with technology is people want something, they want it right now. And, they want to know why you're not working on their case. Well, because I'm answering emails, that's why. I mean, you can go about it around with this one, but and I'm no different than anybody else who's got email. I mean, we're all, facing the same thing where it does cut into your productivity. The internet technology has cut into productivity as opposed to enhancing it, in my opinion.
Well, it does, and then it's also, it's a lot of times, sorry to be cut off, Steve. A lot of times it's not the most effective way to communicate either, because it's real easy to be wrong and to get, I mean, if you're not having even a phone call is better than, which I used to think it was a pain in the neck to have to return phone calls. I'd rather have any number of phone calls than 50 emails.
Yeah.
Because it takes one phone call instead of the 10, 15 emails to go back and forth to get that point across that one phone call.
And well, even then, people behave better when they're talking to you rather than when they're emailing.
I can piggyback a little on what Rich said too on forest stuff. I mean, I would say probably an increase in that, and with the new legislation, it's just gonna get so much worse.
We'll just wait and see how many we'll get in this presidential cycle.
Well, I believe, yeah.
And our staff, our staff, they're getting seen.
I'm actually not so much concerned through the cycle, I'm more concerned afterwards.
But also, you were saying that population has stayed stagnant, but the fact that Cape State's population for the last 10 years has been steadily going down. Our population ain't the thing, I mean, because we don't deal that much with students, but there are more people here that we deal with. Because the students are going down, but the population staying the same, so there's a lot more people, I think.
Customers.
That's what I said about our
Customer,
community
yeah,
is a transition area with.
Because we have more people, we actually have more people we deal with, because we don't have that much to deal with students, I guess we do with their landlords. But the students are going down, but our population is, which means in effect, our population has increased over the last 10 years.
The types of people the numbers know though, and that's my point, population wise, number wise, around 72,000 hasn't grown, but the amount of work we're doing is exponentially increased. And during election, we'll show you the list of provisional ballots. You'll get to see that. You'll see the impacts of the students on the amount of services they're requesting.
For my office, I haven't seen a decrease in customer service. It's just in another area. The other thing we're running into is we used to be an office of 6. After the 9/11, we got another position because we increased in business. And then once, trying to think, Charlotte had been there. But all of us were fairly new, so as we all got trained and were more efficient at our jobs, in 2009, it was 2009 when Debbie took over.
then we did not replace Charlotte. And we eliminated that position with the understanding that if we did that to save money at the time, that we would be able to get that person back once we had, like, when I took office. You know, I lost between Kirsten and Debbie and we lost decades of experience, and I have new people. With COVID, we almost doubled our workload. And I have new people and a few old. And so it's just been hard. I expect a whole lot out of Jo. She does probably a person and a half. I really don't think if I didn't work nights or weekends constantly, that I would be able to keep up on the back end of things. As far as technology, I mean, we don't have the foot traffic as much because we have online access, but instead now we have a call to walk them through. Well, how do I do this? How do I do that? And it takes longer to help them on the phone when they have to explain what they're looking at and trying to do versus try email. No, you let's start with email, and that's where it comes into. Did you see my email? So, or even just our property fraud alert. We get phone calls all the time that want to know about it, and can you help me sign up? Or they come in and now we sit with them and help them sign up. You know, because we have a population that doesn't feel comfortable doing it themselves, and they're the ones that are most interested, to be honest. And then now that they're getting the alerts, they call all the time. I just got an alert, you know, and then you start walking through, and I don't think they read the entire alert that they get, you know, telling them what kind of document it is and whatever. So we start asking questions, and then it's like, oh yeah, I did just buy a property, or I did just refinance my mortgage, and you know, everything's fine. But that's like a 10-minute conversation with this person. So those are areas where technology has definitely added. And those are just some examples.
So like, we don't use it, but just OpenGov, does it help, or is that a good thing or a bad thing, or?
Well, we're just getting on.
Yeah, we're not live yet.
That's the goal, sorry, that's the goal. I just wanted to make a comment too, that as a lifelong resident of Riley County and an employee of Riley County for many years, I think there's a level of service that the taxpayers here expect. And that service, we are in the top 5 counties in the state, in my opinion. And they expect the citizens of this community, myself included, I want to drive a Cadillac, but we can't drive a Cadillac with Honda Civic budgets. And so I think you get to this because we have funded this. And so it's not just the level of people we serve and the amount of people we serve, it's the level of the expectations. And I can tell you, just in Snow River, the citizens of this community, when the flake hits the ground, they expect us to be out there, and they expect the roads to be spotless. And that's because they expect a high level of service. So I think that's kind of the juggling act when we talk about, you know, people and reduction of bills, not just services we might cut, but the expectation is very high. And we've earned that, we've provided that, but that's not cheap. It doesn't, you know, you kind of. That's part of the, sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. Well, there's a saying, I'm not sure what it is, but you can pick 3, either get cheap and fast or slow and good. But I think we need to recognize that we have a phenomenal community here, and people from EMS to public works down to your low level, low noxious weed, that people have high level expectation, and they've got it. If you ask what Riley County, they'll tell you we get top services. And so that's the struggle I think we as department heads have, is we have to keep up that level of service. Taxpayers expect that.
There's been a standard in the past that it's becoming harder to maintain.
I know somebody else. All right. And that's well put. In some ways, we've created a monster that way. their level of expectation is very high. And if you don't provide that, they don't want to hear we didn't have the money for it or something like that. They just want that service they've always been provided. So that's a balancing act, I guess, department heads and as commissioners, we have to find a way that out as well.
But to Rich's point, though, that population that you have here, the Ford and the college, you can look at other communities with that same population, and they have a very high level of expectation. They've seen and they've been in these places, and I mean, I've lived in 3 college towns now with military presence. And that is the expectation that those professionals have. They're generally well paid, they have a medium to high level of education, and that's what they expect. So I don't know if you just created it, but I think it was a cause and demand situation.
And that's what the businesses that you guys here expect. We were just at a meeting, the township officers meeting, where you heard a lady speak, uses the GIS website regularly and compared it to other counties. And we've known this from the beginning of when we had GIS. Riley County has always had a premier GIS website for state, and we still do. But that costs a lot of money. It is staffed very well, with very good staff that are compensated very well. Take that down to, I won't name any neighboring counties, but take that service down to their level and listen to the calls that you'll get. And staff it at the staffing that they and even closer here staff theirs. And then look at the calls that you get.
Well, we have reached the 3 o'clock hour, so we could probably go on this for hours. But I think, going back to your point, Mike, this in summary, I think with the costs and just everything in general over the last couple of years going up exponentially, it's really changed the dialogue. And I think there's a large group of people through several different demographics, particularly your kind of retired age, 65. I don't know if that's exact or not, but we're getting to the point where they are no longer able to basically afford to live here, services or no services. That's changed quite considerably. That's dialogues. I don't know if you guys are having, I'm having with several different people. I know 4 people that moved last year because of that. And I think in all fairness, I don't think it's just a fiscal issue either. I think there's some other tangibles that are involved in that. And the other one that I hear from quite a bit, and maybe it's just because I fit in this dynamic too, is you're kind of your middle-aged, kind of single dynamic. And there's a lot of them that are not able to make it work here, services or no services. Those are 2 things that have changed quite drastically here over the last few years. And those are 2 demographics I'm certainly hearing a lot from. So while there's a lot of people in the community that, yes, demand those services, there's some that also demand stability. Economics aren't matching opportunity. So this is driving force one of the things that we have to think about. Right? When I say we, just as commissioners in general, but we all have to be cognizant of. Yeah, I agree, Mike. We do have a great community. We do have a great region. I mean, I think there's still some variables and there's still some challenges. Do you feel like I've been here in June for? I dare say that's 38 years. Believe it or not. It was a kind of a sleeping community back then. It's not anymore, and that's the way it is. But I feel like we're building a threshold that if you're underneath that threshold, I don't know. If you're above it, it's okay. It doesn't hurt. So your quality of service is great, quality of life is great. But if you're underneath it, some of those things may not apply. It's kind of a teeter-totter. So that's why I think the way that I do. So,
but being part of the old man group that you're discussing.
Fair enough. I walked into that.
At 65, well, that. Well, there are some seniors that say, oh, possibly do I've met more people who retired from somewhere else and moved here because of what's available here through the mainly through the college, and Manhattan has a lot of stuff that they want. I know a lot more people that have moved here when they retired than have left because
That's probably true too.
Yeah.
And I think it was recently named the top retirement destination for the military, like the number one place where people stay at retirement, which
And
is,
mine was.
yeah, but to add on to it, yeah.
But I've had a lot of people in the last few years that have moved here from all over the state, that they want to come back. A lot of them went to school here, and they like Manhattan, and the stuff, the college offers. Because the college here offers a lot of things that other towns, they don't want to move to Kansas City to get all this stuff. But they can get a lot of what they want here, if they're moving to Manhattan.
Like entertainment type of.
Yeah. Well, and just services, you know, the public services, the library, and there's a lot of stuff.
And
here
medical,
that's not gonna
you
find.
can't get
And
that
medical, yeah.
in the rural area.
Okay. Okay, we're good. Yep, we're good. 3:05. Thanks, John, for the refreshments. Appreciate it.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.